All right, welcome back, everybody, to Wimbledon Day 3, and it's raining. We had a hot day, the hottest 2 days of Wimbledon's history, and then we have normal Wimbledon rain. So, yeah. So we're waiting for that. Fonseca was supposed to start, over an hour ago, but unfortunately, it's been delayed. Again, it's been delayed another 15 minutes. They're not putting the covers back on, but umbrellas are up, so the weather just sucks today. But yeah, they haven't put the nets or anything up, so we're just waiting. But we do have center court in an hour, so we will be watching center court. But luckily, the matches that we got outside aren't really there's not as many matches as yesterday. Yesterday was crazy, all over the place. So we're probably a little fortunate today that we don't have too many outdoor matches. But how we doing, Chow? What's up? What's going on? It's finally proper England summer today. Yeah. Yeah. Hot here in Berlin too, 37. Oh, it's hot in Berlin, is it? Okay. Fair enough. So yeah, Brooksby Fonseca. It's an interesting matchup. Brooksby took out Greek Sport, who just won a title last week. So in straight sets, great win. And then Fonseca took out Fernley in straight sets. Winner of this will take on either Tien or Jarry, who, especially Jarry came through Runa. So very interesting section. Then you got Lehechka and Tiafoe possibly in a fourth round for one of these guys. By the way, Chad, go listen. I find this really interesting. Go watch Taylor Fritz's press conference from yesterday. He doesn't get any credit for it. He is so well spoken. And he is the face of American men's tennis, right? He is the number one American. He's the best player from America on the men's side, and that comes with a responsibility to be blah, blah, blah. But very well spoken. Like, you couldn't have a better player. Like, he's not. Yeah, even when he was asked about delaying the match for a day and blah blah, he doesn't make excuses. He doesn't complain. He doesn't. He's very, very well spoken. So go listen to Taylor Fritz. I was not that I was surprised. We've heard him speak, but no, he was very very well spoken from and it was interesting to hear him talk about returning against Pirikar as well. It's fun. Fritz is our number one American, but yes, I love Big Foe. Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot of good Americans, right? I mean, there's a lot of, obviously there's a lot of good Americans at the moment, but he is very, very well suited to being the number one American. Who, again, number one American gets a spotlight on them. Is Fonseca overrated? Nope. Yeah, Shelton too. I mean, everyone's like, yeah. But like, listening to Fritz was really, he's very well, it's kind of like Medvedev. Like, he's very thoughtful with how he's like, he breaks down matches as well. He knows exactly what, he's very smart with how he kind of goes about things. It's cool. So go listen to him. Very mature is probably the word. YouTube changed everything back because I think people were complaining. So all the usernames are back, which is much easier to read. For me, anyway. So today we've got a pretty chill day today, which is nice. We've got obviously this match on center court, the Sabalenka. Then you got Alcarez. Then you got Raducanu Vondrousova, and also Osaka's playing later today as well, which we might try and tune into depending on the weather. Also, Tiafoe Norrie is coming up in about 30 minutes. We've got Bolter Fritz is playing today as well. Keys Danilovic is supposed to start pretty soon. I think that could be interesting. Palini's playing today as well, but it's not as hectic. And this is what happens, chat. When we have a lot of upsets in the first couple of days, very rare that we have as many upsets. Like we had 23 seeds lost in the first 2 days, which is kind of crazy. But when we have that happen, then you don't get as many crazy second, third round matchups. So you get the upsets, but then you also get the randomness that comes along with that as well, you know. Tiafoe get the dub against Norrie. He should. Are you going all night again? That's it. Yep, always. that's the way it is. It's an easy draw before semifinals. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Brooksby at 4, you reckon? Okay. How was breakfast after the stream? It was good. It was a good breakfast wrap or breakfast burrito. So it was nice. Weather's been so crappy today in Melbourne. It's just been rain. Joao in 4? I think so. I think this is gonna be a long match. And this is gonna be a long one. Nah, I got a breakfast burrito. Want to predict the next upset? Not really, because I don't want to. I don't know. I already made my upset predictions and I got them right, so I'm going to stop when I'm winning. Will the game resume today? Yep. It should. I mean, it hasn't even started though, but it's yeah. Big fan from Toronto. Do you think Brooksby can beat Fonseca? I think Brooksby is awkward for sure. Like Brooksby is awkward, and I wouldn't be shocked if Brooksby won. But I think Fonseca should win. I'm backing Fonseca to win. We're all waiting for Cam to say. By the way, chat, I have no luck at the thrift. No DVDs. I didn't go to thrift today because I didn't leave the house. It's raining, but it's not. Like, they haven't set the net up or anything yet. The umbrellas are like half the umbrellas are up, but they're not covering the court, so it's not obviously not that bad. If they think it's bad, they would cover the court, right? But they're not covering the court, so it must not be that terrible. And now, the umpire, or the what do you call it? The crowd are cheering, so that must be a good sign. Please build us your favorite parlay. Who will win? One for men and one for women. How come? Why do you want me to do that? That sounds a strange request. Why would you want me to do that? Why would you do what for? What could that possibly be for? Your prediction yesterday, Basilashvili Musetti was right. Well, I didn't pick. I said Musetti was going to lose I didn't say he was going to lose yesterday, but technically, I said he was going to lose in the first week. But I'll take it. Cynic scared Carlos fact. What? Entertainment purposes only, of course. Yeah, I don't give out betting advice. with how hot it's been in the UK and now it's raining, will it be humid? Not sure how the weather works there. I think it will be pretty humid, yeah. You know what, though? It's probably not a bad thing that the grass is getting some water because last 2 days, the courts have just been baked. So it's probably not a bad thing that it's getting a little bit of rain on it to help it out. I wonder if the courts this year, because of the hot weather, and Friday's going to be hot again, I wonder if the weather's going to make the courts look real shitty in the second half of the tournament. Like, by the time we get to the semis, is it going to be just a dirt patch? Like, we're just going to be playing in the dirt. That could be interesting. Also, apparently I was listening to the Fritz interview, press conference, and they were talking about how the courts have slowed down a little bit this year, or playing slow this year. So that's interesting. Does that change your predictions? Maybe you have to pick somebody who likes the slower courts. Then again, looking at who's lost, right? Slow courts, who does that favor? Well, it would have favored Zverev. It probably would have favored Musetti, Runa as well. And they all lost. So does the slow... maybe the slow courts favor Djokovic a little bit. Like, if it slows down, gives him a little bit extra time. It definitely helps Alcaraz, I reckon, as well. On the women's side, though, Coco lost and she just won the French, so it didn't help her. Zhang, it didn't help her either. Does it help Swiatek, though? Maybe. Maybe the slower courts help Swiatek. Especially if she has to play Raducanu. If the courts are slower and Swiatek can get in the rallies against Raducanu, that'd be huge. That would be massive. Grass is going to turn to clay? Probably. Fonseca is playing on court 12. Due to rain, can enjoy exchanging thoughts and conversations. Yeah. I wouldn't have gone live if I knew they were going to keep delaying it, but that's fine. They haven't started setting the net up yet, and it looks kind of dark again, but yeah. We'll see what we do next. Is there a match on 9? I don't know. If the courts are slow, how did GMP get aces at 150 miles an hour? Because I think that and I've got to double check, but I think the radar gun doesn't it catches the ball before it hits the ground, or at least it records the serve before it hits the ground. So the serve isn't recorded after it hits the ground and slows down. That's not how the serve gun works. I think the speedometer the radar works before it hits the ground. So it doesn't matter what happens after it bounces, it's before it bounces. Because otherwise, if it bounces, it'll slow down. So I think so it doesn't matter if the courts are fast or slow, the serve is still going to be fast coming off the racket, you know? So GMP hit a 153 mile an hour serve and it was recorded before it hit the ground. Because otherwise, how else would you record it, right? You can't record, that means clay courts would be so slow. You'd have 20 mile an hour serves. You know? So I think, and again, I'm not 100%, I just I'll have to check that, but I'm pretty sure that it's before, as it crosses the net, I think that's when they kind of measure the radar of the speed, on the speed. So, yeah, it doesn't matter if the courts are slow. You can still hit 153 mile an hour bombs. It just might slow down when it hits the ground. You know? TM or Jarry, thoughts? I think Jarry probably should win because he's better on grass, but Jarry's coming off a 5-setter, so we'll see. We will find out. All right. Apparently, there's no play before 12:45 British time, which is in 15 minutes. So, again, they still haven't started. They've got the ground staff are there, Umbrellas are down, so that's a good sign. So that is a good sign. Do you know anything about Oliver Tarvett? He's 700 in the world and he's facing Alcaraz today. Yeah, I have no idea anything about Oliver Tarvett, but I can tell you this much. He's British. And he's a qualifier, which means that he earned his way here. If he was a wild card, I'd say he probably doesn't have a chance. But because he won through the qualies, he's won 4 matches in a row. Is he good enough to beat Alcaraz? I have no idea. I've never watched the guy. But he's at least got some form. Winning 4 matches in a row before Alcaraz is a good little chunk of matches. So, yeah, we'll find out. I wouldn't be predicting against Alcaraz against the quali, but I think it would have been, like I said, it would have been a totally different thing if he was a wild card, because wild cards, it's a free pass for them. But for Tarvett, he, again, has played 4 matches in a row, so he's got some sort of momentum, and maybe that will help him make it interesting. Yeah, Tarvett is a college player, so yeah, he's going to have a prize money cap. I think that's the rules, right? NCAA caps prize money at $7,000. Yeah, he's playing for the San Diego. I just saw, so he's playing. Yeah, that's just the college system. I'm sure after this tournament, he's probably going to ditch college unless he needs it for future endeavors. But I think usually players that have a really good tournament. Remember Shelton in Cincinnati a couple of years ago, Maya Joint as well. Like a lot of these players. Then again, Shelton did play a lot of college, even though he did play a lot of college before he did go pro. But I think a lot of players, unless they want to go to college and finish college for a specific reason, I think that if Tarvett has a good showing today, he's probably going to be like, yeah, I'm not going back. I'm going to be a professional tennis player because I can do it now, Tarvett's 21. He plays for the University of San Diego, yeah. What do you think about the college caps for tennis? Other sports can make so much money in NIL money. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's fair for college tennis players. Yeah, like I said, well, yeah. I mean, if they want to keep players doing in college, then I don't know. It's weird. It's like, I mean, when I went to college, I had a tennis coaching job, but it was like my. I guess they don't want to entice people to leave. But that makes no sense. Okay, so I don't know how it works, but let's just play this theory out, right? So if you go and play Wimbledon and you make a lot of money, then it's probably going to be less, and there's no cap, right? Then it's probably going to be less interesting to go back, right? Whereas if you cap it at whatever it is, then you kind of go, well, shit, I don't have enough money to travel the world now because even though I made the Wimbledon second round, I didn't get anything for it. So I need to I don't know, I need to go back to school, or I need to you have to make a choice whether or not you're going to play professional tennis and, take that risk, or you go back to school and go there. I guess maybe it stops people from leaving. I don't know. Does that make sense? If I put myself in his shoes and I've got through the qualifiers and I made it to the second round of Wimbledon to play Alcaraz. After Wimbledon, you have to make a choice. Okay, do I become a professional tennis player, which also is very risky because he's not top 100. He's 600 in the world, 700 in the world. So it's still a big risk for him to go, yeah, I'm gonna go pro, because it might not work in a year. In a year's time, he might not have gotten anywhere, and he just had a good week, and then college is gone. Or does he go back to college and finish that and then do pro? That's I guess where he's kind of got to be thinking, right? So I think that's probably maybe why they cap it for tennis. Whereas other sports, I'm guessing because they're more American inclusive. You don't basketball and all those other sports. You stay within the country, So eventually you're going to like leave college but stay in America, whereas tennis, you leave college, you might never go back to America, right? Unless you play the US Open, if you're international. But I don't know. Is it fair? Is it not fair? I mean, it doesn't seem fair that you earned a lot of prize money. Where does it go though? Does it go to the school? Does it go in like, where does the rest of it go? Does the school take the rest of it, or does he get it back after he finishes, or does Wimbledon keep it? Like who gets the prize money that he doesn't get? Because there's going to be more than $7,000 today. You would hope that it goes into some like locked account that he can't access until he's out of college or something. But I feel like that might not be the way things work. That seems the fair thing to do, right? They're about to come out and hopefully put the net up and start sorting the court out. Did you watch the Bears press conference? It seems like he's going through depression right now. Yeah, it's sad. I mean, a lot of players are having that. I mean, Tsitsipas is talking about it, talking about how he's lost. Rublev's had his moments. Rude has talked about it too. All these players are really bringing into the light what all this stuff that they have to deal with. The 90s kids are fading. I don't even think it's a 90s kid thing. Like, I don't think we can just pinpoint the 90s kids. I don't think it's just them. Like, it's just not... I don't think it's just the players from the 90s. I reckon Ruusuvuori, right? He's another one who's taken time off. I don't know if he's born in the 90s or not. But I'm sure in like 5 years, we're going to hear people from the Alcarez generation talking the same thing. I don't know why. I think, I think it's a good thing that it's being spoken, that everything, that these players are transparent about it and talking about it. But it's probably always been a thing, but it's way more accepted now that it's okay to talk about it. And it's not taboo to have a psychologist or go to therapy or anything. It's not like, whereas maybe these players were probably dealing with it back in the 90s and the 2000s and maybe even 80s and 70s, but because it was seen as not okay to talk about, it was like, oh, don't mention that out loud. Now it's just more acceptable that you can talk about it. So that's probably why that we're hearing about it more, because it's more of an open topic. Ruusuvuori was born in 99. There you go. But again, I don't think it's a 90s thing. I think it's just more of a... It's acceptable. I mean, I'm sure other sports people are talking about it too, right? It's not as like, taboo as it was, right? Going to therapy and going to a psychologist is not like seen as like, what it was back in the day. Which is a good thing. It's sad to hear, but it's good that we're hearing about it, because then it might change the way people see those players or people respond to those players. I think it's a good thing that this conversation's been had. And also, I feel like if Zverev says it and something, then younger players will be like, oh, it's okay to talk about this, or it's I'm feeling that way as well. Like you can, what I'm saying? Like it's a good thing to start that conversation. Remember when Osaka got torn apart speaking about mental health? Yeah, see, that stuff's crazy. How, like, when people like, it's like I'm having mental health issues, and then someone's like, and people go after that person for that. That's crazy. I mean, we got to credit Osaka for that, because she was one of the first people, to sort of bring it up in the last 5 years, right? Also, if a player is a junior player and they only get a small percentage of the prize money. Really? Okay. Plus, there's so much pressure nowadays with social media and expectations that come with it. Yeah. I mean, social media, and I don't want to be like, oh, social media is bad and social media did this and that. It's like, it's social media is a tool that is used to connect with, for the players to connect with fans, right? And to give the fans an insight, but it also opens the door to people that don't like players, and it opens the door to people that are angry, and it, you know, because that's what, like, I'm trying to figure this out myself about social media, right? And why, like, what's good? It's not all bad. There's good things about it, right? And when it first came around, it was a way to, like, have a direct conversation with the person on the court, you know, the tennis court, and then the fans, right? It was a way to talk to the fans. But unfortunately, it also opens a door for people that don't like you to also have a say and talk about you. And now it's sort of turned into it feels way more negative than it was a connection to the fans. You know, when it started, you know, when, you know, social media, like mid 2000s, you know, now it feels like it's a gateway for people to be able to say, you suck, and, you know, you're bad at sports, and that's got to affect these players. You know, it's got to affect them, and they can't not have social media. That's the thing. Well, they could not have it, but then also, you know, they're also. Let's say Zverev deletes all his social media, right? And let's say that's part of the problem, and he deletes everything. He's also turning his, like, you know, he's also blocking out his fans, you know, and blocking out his communication directly with the people that support him. So it's like, well, do you turn your back on everybody because of, you know, it's a weird thing, you know. Anyways, they're putting the net up. But it's good that they're talking about it, because then we can talk about it, and we can maybe feel a little more compassion towards those players. You know? And also, other players will be seeing that and maybe go, oh, good, I don't feel like it's just me feeling like that. Like, and then, you know, then there's a bigger conversation to be had. It's a win-lose with social media. Yeah. I don't think it's all bad, but it's definitely it's tricky. And yeah, and I think it's going to be more and more of a thing that we talk about in the future. And again, I don't think these guys didn't mention it was social media that was the problem. They're just saying, you know, they're having these anxieties, and they're having these things. But maybe, again, we talked about yesterday, maybe it's a schedule. Maybe they might, like, I feel like forced breaks are not a bad thing. Like, and the tour can design this, right, with the schedule. And I know that, like, you know, we play tennis every week and it's on all the time and it's great for, you know, but to have, you know, every 3 months a week off, like, nobody plays. There's no obligation for anybody, and nobody plays. Just to give everybody a break. Now, yeah, okay, players can take a week off when they need it, but I feel like, players are going to be their own worst enemy. Especially, look at Casper Ruud, right? He plays all the time, you know, every week, because you feel like you have to, you know, to keep your ranking. Because if you don't play, then somebody else plays, and then your ranking suffers because you missed a week when everybody else was playing, or you missed a week and you dropped points because last year you played. But when there's like a solid block of nothing, and it's a break, no one's losing and no one's gaining. So everything stops for a week and freezes. And everybody gets a week of just to go off and do their thing and then come back for another, you know, whatever, 2-3 months, you know. And I feel like that there are those breaks, but they're not set in stone. It's like after Miami, yeah, there's a time off, but it's not like there are tournaments. So it's like the players that lose early in Miami might want to get back on the horse and try and forget the loss that they had in Miami. So they try and play again and again. So, like, whereas if you just do nothing and there's no one can play, Even if you wanted to play, you can't play. Sorry, we're stopping. You have to take a week. I know you lost first round Wimbledon, but you're stopping. I feel like that wouldn't be a bad thing. And for fans, I mean, so we can just like digest what we're watching instead of moving on after a French Open final straight onto a grass court where we forget, we forget things. We can, I feel like it would break up the season into like 3 different sections. It might be a bit better for everybody. Again, if that's the problem, I don't know if these guys have mentioned it. Hey, Sam.
Love the commentary and the other issues talked.
No worries. Thank you, Sam, for the donation. Players about to come out on court. They're going to set the net up. Too much pressure with rankings and points. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit of everything, right? I don't think these guys. I mean, Zverev said he's lost, so he obviously doesn't know the reason why he's feeling that way. Hopefully, he can get some help and he'll figure out why. But like we're just kind of throwing out different things that could be, that could contribute to these things, Yeah. Losing the first round here is definitely good for Zverev. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. If you listen to haters when you won't go far in social media life, they have to learn to ignore what does not serve you. You know what? I feel like I hear that a lot. And I understand that. But I also feel like the people that are that are hating, they shouldn't be able to just do what they want. It should be both ways. If the person who's getting, and I get like this much compared to what the tennis players do, right? I hear silly things and I'm just like, whatever, I don't care. But Zverev and all these guys, hearing all this, they would hear so many things, right? They'd get DMs, death threats, all that crazy shit, right? Those people need to be accountable for saying what they say as well. It shouldn't just be on the person to be like, oh, just ignore them. It's like, well, we don't know what, like, these players lose in the first round. Their messages are probably filled with just people spewing anger and hate and empty, stupid threats. And those people don't get any consequence. But Zverev and those other guys, and again, I don't know if they're having that happen every day, but why should it be on them to have to just be, oh, just ignore it. Just ignore it. It's like, no, the people that are saying those things need something to happen to them. They need to have deleted accounts. There should be something that goes on that. It shouldn't just be on the person who's receiving the toxicity to just be like, oh, I'm not, like, no, I need to ignore this. It's like, that's not, it should go both ways. There should be a consequence for the person saying it, but they're also, yeah, okay, you have to ignore it to an extent. You can't get buried in that. You can't read that shit and take it seriously. But you also, the people that are saying it shouldn't just get away with it. That's crazy. It shouldn't just be on the person to just ignore it. The online doesn't always stay online as well, and this sport has a history of threats coming to real life. Well, that happens too. Who's to say that, we've already seen this year with people stalking tennis players. We've seen, obviously in the past, we've seen actual physical threats, So I feel, I don't think it's on the person to just ignore. That doesn't seem like, it's obviously not working because it's been that, just ignore it. But that's obviously not working. So it shouldn't just be on the person who's receiving the terrible comments and messages to be like, it's on them to ignore it. It's their problem. It's like, no, there should be a consequence for those crazy people that are saying crazy things. How many kids have been... Wait, what? Yeah, defunct. Let's not bring that up. I don't want to talk about that. That shit makes me angry and really sad. I don't want to hear about that. Don't talk about that. Just ignore it. No, people shouldn't just... Yeah, people should be... I don't think the problem is the people that are like should be ignoring it. It's the people that should fix their attitude. I mean, like, you know, what makes... Like, how can... I will never understand how people are so filled with hate that would spill into, and I don't think they understand what they're saying. I think they're just saying things. They're just saying words, and they don't understand what they're saying. The people say, right? But again, I don't think it's. No one has specified that that's the reason why these guys are these players are talking about it. It's definitely a problem, but I don't think Zverev and Tsitsipas and guys like that, they haven't said, well, the online hate is why I feel this way. It might not be one thing; it could be multiple things, But hopefully, these guys can get the help they need, and that, I don't think anyone would be against them getting help. Like, you know what I mean? Like in 2025, if anybody's like, Zverev, he went and talked to a doctor because he was feeling sad. Like, I don't think anybody's going to talk in 2025 and say anything bad about that and think that's a bad idea, And if they are, okay, well, you do you, all right? But I think most of the tennis community is going to support players who want to go seek help, Zach.
Got myself done up tennis sponsorship go Brooksby.
Hey, thanks, Zach. Shout out to Dunlop for you. Tell him to sponsor me. All right. Brooksby versus Fonseca. And thank you, Horror Critic, for the 24 months. Appreciate it. By the way, chat, I'll say this as well. If you're having a bad time and you feel like crap and you feel lost in life and anything, don't be too proud to ask for help. Don't give a shit what anybody says. Go do it. You just call. There's free hotlines, at least for most places. Go call. It's always good to just talk to somebody who's maybe not involved in your life that can give you an outside perspective. Don't think that you have nobody to talk to. All right? And if you ever need an escape, that's what we're here for. So you can come out and hang out here. We're not here to fix your problems. We're just here to hopefully forget about them for a couple hours, But don't feel like you don't need, you have nothing or no one, all right? There's always free hotlines. There's help. And don't be too scared to ask for it, all right? We all have bad times. I did bet everything on Fonseca in the first set. Why would you do that? Why'd you bet everything? That's crazy. Dr. Cow, I'm definitely not a doctor. I'm just a person that is hopefully putting good into the world. Proud to be part of this community. Happy to have you. By the way, Horror Critic, have you watched the Gathering? I watched that the other day. Not great. Wasn't a great movie. Not the best horror movie. It was very confusing. By the way, Sabalenka and Buzkova are coming on in 30 minutes. Better have an outside perspective, especially if you have family coaching you as well. Yeah, I mean, for Zverev, for sure. If you're talking about Zverev, yeah. But again, I just hope that they figure it out, right? We hope they find what they're looking for. Was I surprised that Coco lost? Not really. Yastrzemski is super dangerous and been in form. Is there a rain delay, or why haven't they started yet? When should they start? They're going to start now because the players are about to come out on court. There was a rain delay, yes. There was a rain delay. How many roofs at Wimbledon? 2. Didn't Coco also lose first round a couple of years ago? Yeah, she lost to Kennan. Wimbledon's not Wimbledon without rain. Yeah. All right. Fonseca Brooksby about to walk out on court. Nakashima will play on court 15 after the Jarry match, right? I don't know. Maybe. I don't have court 15 on my schedule. I only have the main stadiums. Pardon me. Brooksby underdog here? Okay, that's weird. He did just make a Eastbourne final, Brooksby, so it's a little strange. Why does Twitter call Zverev a bad person? We're not getting into that. Right. Have you spoken about Brooksby? What about Brooksby? Brooksby. Brooksby or Joao for the win? I don't know. I think it'll be probably a 5-set match, though. I'm expecting this to be 4 sets minimum. Brooksby's got a protected ranking because he was out of the game for so long. Now, chat, somebody in the chat who's smart, I'm sure there's a few of you, I thought Brooksby being banned didn't warrant a protected ranking. I thought because remember when Halep got suspended? When I say, by the way, chat, I gotta use my words carefully because banned means you don't come back. Suspended means you come back. So he wasn't banned; he was suspended. Suspended for X amount of time. I thought you came back and you had to start from scratch. I didn't think you got protected ranking for that. So maybe he was injured around the similar time. I'm not sure. But I thought because of his suspension, he got suspended because he missed out three drug tests, or 3. He didn't notify where he was, and he did that 3 times, and 3 times you're out. He was suspended for missing them. You can't get a protected ranking for a suspension. Yeah, so he must have been injured beforehand. Maybe the shoulder injury was this before he got suspended. Oh, no, he got suspended and then he came back and got injured. Oh, there you go. But yeah, he got suspended because he missed three. It's either he didn't tell them where he was, because you got to notify if you're training in a certain place, or you're playing in you're going to be traveling somewhere. You got to tell them because they got to find you so they can test you at 6 a.m. or when you're not ready, right? So you're not doing anything dodgy. Yeah, I think it was three of those, because I remember he was really pissed off, and a lot of people were just like, "What the hell's this?" So he didn't get anything. Nothing happened. Like he didn't. It wasn't like any of the other cases where, he made a mistake, or he literally just didn't tell them where he was, and they 3 times you're out. So it's unfortunate, but again, they're the rules. Yeah, he missed a couple of tests. Yeah. Again, I think it was a location thing. He just didn't tell him. He just didn't notify them where he was. He had a wrist injury as well. Okay. I think it was suspended for 18 months. I'm pretty sure it was a pretty lengthy one, right? Um, 10 months. It was reduced. So yeah, reduced to 10 months, which is still a big, I mean, that's almost a year. That's a whole season, right? 10 months. So yeah, it was reduced from 18 months to 13 months and backdated 3 months because he was provisionally suspended while they were figuring out the case, I guess. So he did 10 months, but he did 13 months was the total time. Yeah. So there was 3 times where he didn't show where he was. So it's called whereabout failures. Within 12 months. So if there's 3 times that they knock on your door and you're somewhere else, you do that 3 times, you're out. You gotta update them where you are. Which is really tricky because for tennis players, they're all around the world. So whereas if you were an athlete that did another sport, let's say you were an Olympic track runner or you were a basketball player, like you're going to be in the same location for most of the time. Tennis, you're not in the same spot for more than a week. You're traveling around the world. You got to tell where it's pretty. It's maybe they need 5 strikes. I don't know. Again, it seems like everybody seems to do it anyway, but then maybe some people have people to do it. Maybe there's some players put it upon their managers to do it or put it upon their coaches to do it for them. I don't know. But, yeah, it seems pretty like another thing they got to worry about, They're on court. But, yeah, so he was suspended for that and took it for a year. He was injured as well, so then... But now he's back. Yeah, this crowd's been hanging out for this match, so they're excited. They are excited. Put it that way, clearly he did not take it seriously enough. I'm sure he won't make that mistake again. Yeah. I mean, maybe he just... Again, I feel like you got to delegate someone to do that kind of stuff. Like, if you're at a certain level of tennis, you probably gotta give that to somebody else to do. If he was responsible for I'm gonna check in, I'm gonna put it upon myself. Maybe you let somebody else do that stuff so you can just focus on training and playing, right? All right, players on court. Are you going to watch Eala Elise doubles tomorrow? Depends when they play. Why have the games been delayed? Because it's been raining. Took it seriously and deliberately didn't keep them informed. No, I don't think he deliberately didn't keep them informed. But I don't think he was doing that on purpose. I think he was probably... Again... I think it was just a silly mistake on his part that cost him 10 months. I wouldn't. I would hope you would hope that, and I don't think he seemed like from what we've watched, he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to try and manipulate the system. So I think it was just a mistake on his part, and he'll probably never make that mistake again. He'll be checking in everywhere he goes. All right. Packed stadium, by the way. Fonseca brings the crowds. Fonseca brings the Brazilians. And also, there's a lot of Brazilians in London. I met a lot of them when I was out there. I met a lot of Brazilians in the UK. And they have shown up here. If you're a lower ranked player, it would seem you have a responsible for letting them know. What do you mean? If you're why everyone has a responsibility to let them know. That's the rules. All right. I have no idea who's serving, but somebody's serving. Also, we've got Sabalanka coming up in 30 minutes, so we'll turn this into a bit of a double header. Alcarez after that, and then Raducanu Vondrousova after that. Also, Sigmund Fernandez is about to start. Norrie versus Tiafoe is also about to start. So that is what is going on. All right. I was going to get the Tennis Channel sub, but I found your channel, and the way you cover matches is great. To change my mind, great. Okay. Well, you should get the best way to watch tennis is watching the tennis. You know, you can hang out here as well. That's the best way to watch this channel is to have the tennis and hang out here. So then I can say, hey, did you see that great shot? And then we can talk about it. But I appreciate you being here. Oh, Brooksby had elbow surgery. Yeah, fair enough. TM versus Jerry, what time? Soon. I'm not sure when they're playing or where they're playing. All right, first meeting between these two. Eala or Swiatek? Who would you want to meet currently? Kazakina. Okay. Brooksby warming up the serve. The rain is cleared for now, but it does look still pretty dodgy. Do you think there's going to be more than 3 sets? Potentially. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to go Fonseca in 4. Actually, no, Fonseca in 5. I reckon this is going to be a 5-setter. I reckon this has got potential to go all the way. Who stands the best chance to level the playing field among the men's game? What do you mean? I don't, what does that mean? You need to dumb that down for me. Okay. Here we go. It's going to be Brooksby to serve. Who you got, chat? Brooksby to serve. I've got Fonseca in 5. As the first point goes to Fonseca with a return. And the crowd go wild. This crowd love Fonseca. And who can blame him? I bet Cam is the only person that can bagel Sinner in straight sets. Who? Me? Are you kidding me? Anyways, backhand return goes to 400 Brooksby. That's Fonseca to the backhand of Brooksby. Again, the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby backhand. Into the back of Fonseca is Brooksby forehand down the line. That's a great shot. Fonseca in the net. 15-all. All right, 15-all. As Brooksby serves. Fault. Second serve. I think Coco should have had a pre-tournament warm-up before Wimbledon. We talked about this yesterday. I don't think that Wimbledon matters to a lot of players. At least, grass season doesn't matter to players. You could take the whole grass season off and still be top 10. Sabalenka last year did not play Wimbledon, and she's still number one by a mile. I don't think the grass season matters, and I don't think we should be paying attention to anything that happens over the last 5 weeks. Nothing that happens on grass makes any difference to me. Yeah, winning Wimbledon's a big deal and doing this and that, but I think over the 5 weeks of the grass, we shouldn't overanalyze what happened, because it doesn't seem to matter in the long term. I mean, look at Alcarez. He won Wimbledon, and then he started to play. Then he started to struggle. So it doesn't always mean winning Wimbledon means, oh, now you're going to be the greatest player to. Look at who wins Wimbledon on the women's side, and then they disappear. So I don't think the grass season matters to anybody who loses. It's a confidence boost for players who win. Wimbledon matters, though, in tennis. I'm not saying that I didn't mean Wimbledon is irrelevant. It's great. It's the greatest thing we've got. It's our big, it is our big deal. But I don't think what happens on the grass matters for the season. So whoever loses or wins at Wimbledon, especially who loses, don't worry. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Grass season's like that. It's 2 seconds. 40-30. As we return now to the backhand slice of Brooksby, and he hits a lovely drop shot winner. One love Brooksby. Grass should be longer. Well, if it wants to be more relevant, yeah, it should be longer. Because, you got to remember as well, 50 years ago, grass was the surface for everybody and for everything, right? Grass was the tour. It was, clay, grass, hard courts, and I don't know if it was exactly 30-30-30, and then some carpet, but grass and carpet, right? Because that's the indoor version, was what the tour was made up of. Clay and grass, and then some concrete. And then over the time, obviously in the last, 20 years, carpet disappeared, grass dwindled, like over the last, 40 years, right? When Australian Open changed from grass to hard courts, the US Open, we were on hard courts before that. But we're on grass before that, and then the grass season shrunk, carpet disappeared. So again, it doesn't, in 2025, if you don't win on grass, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter unless, it matters to legacy, it matters to completing a Grand Slam and all that shit, but it doesn't matter. Like I'm sure Coco's going to be fine when we get to the US. She's not going to be dwelling on the first round Wimbledon loss. She's going to probably go to America and go, hard courts, let's go. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying, chat? Brits are going to come for you. Why? 30 love. Why would they come for me? I'm not saying anything about them or their tour. I'm not attacking them. Also, there's grass court tournaments in Germany. Are the people from Germany going to come at me too? Anyways, 30 love. There's a forehand slice from Brooksby. Sorry, from Fonseca and Brooksby with a drop shot winner. 30-15. All right, 30-15. Wimbledon is important for a historic perspective, but grass is getting irrelevant. Yeah, Wimbledon is important for tennis. It's the biggest thing we've got. But yeah, you're right. grass court tennis and grass court results do not matter. They don't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't even matter when someone wins grass. Look at Pegula. She won and then she lost. And you're like, what the hell? Fritz, wins 2 grass court titles and then nearly loses first round. So even the grass preparations don't even matter. Bublik, he beats Sinner on grass and then loses first round. So again, I don't think like grass court, if grass as a surface is going to be a thing, it has to be like 2 months, 3 months long, right? Like clay. Clay's relevant because Clay's, the whole, there's like a 3-month build-up before the French. Anyways, volley from Fonseca, 400 from Brooksby's a winner, 40-30. And I'll tell you this, Chad, it would be really interesting if Wimbledon wasn't what it is, right? Let's say Wimbledon in 1880 or whatever, whenever it started. Imagine if Wimbledon had started on a clay court. Or imagine the oldest tournament in the world was Roland Garros, so not Wimbledon. You wonder whether or not they would have changed it. I mean, they changed the Australian Open. They changed the US Open. So I wonder if Roland Garros was seen as our big tournament, if that was if that was Wimbledon, right? If Roland Garros was Wimbledon, I wonder if Wimbledon would be grass. I don't know because obviously you can't change Wimbledon's grass. There's no way, that's never going to change. But if 150 years ago Roland Garros was the pinnacle of the sport, would Wimbledon have been changed? I mean, Australian Open and US Open are not the pinnacle of the sport, and they changed. I don't know. I think that, there could be again, if you like grass, I'm sorry, but not really. The only reason we have a grass season is because of Wimbledon. No Wimbledon, there's no need for grass. No, I'm sure they would rather hard courts. But Wimbledon's keeping the grass alive, which keeps, and that it's it's shrinking and shrinking, and we've got 5 weeks of grass. Where back in the day, you used to have 3 months of grass or whatever. But if it wasn't for Wimbledon, grass would be extinct, like carpet. There was no carpet Grand Slam, so they just went, forget that. We don't need that hassle. Get that out of here. There's carpet on the lower levels though, but there's no carpet on the ATP WTA because it was dangerous. But grass will always be a surface to play on. But the relevance of it, in terms of, Swiatek was number 1 for so long, wasn't grass. Sabalenka didn't play Wimbledon, is number 1 by a mile, right? Coco Gauff's number 2, lost Wimbledon first round, doesn't matter. The grass doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's not. It doesn't make up your ranking. And the players that win Wimbledon aren't number 1 in the world. At least recently, right? Krejcikova wins Wimbledon. She didn't go to number 1, right? You don't get bonus points for grass court tennis. Maybe you should. All right, 30-all. We're at Sabalenka. Speaking of, she's coming up in about 20 minutes. As Brooksby serves again. A fault, second serve. Second serve, Brooksby. To the back end of Fonseca. He hits it in the net. 40-30. What's my favorite Grand Slam? Australian Open. And obviously, I love Wimbledon. But grass tennis is what I'm critiquing. I'm questioning the grass season. And I'm also questioning whether or not anything that's happened over the 5 weeks of this grass we should take seriously going into the US Open. The only seriousness is who wins the slam, I think. Who makes a run at this slam? That's the only thing we should be like, okay, take that person seriously. But anything else that's happened, besides a confidence boost for the winners, I don't think the results for the losers and the people that have lost, not losers is like, you're a loser. I'm talking about people who've lost. We shouldn't take that seriously. I don't think again, I don't think we need to worry about. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's a lot of examples of top 10 players losing first round Wimbledon and still playing well in America in a week. Wimbledon is green and always will be. Yeah, I mean, Wimbledon is great. All right. Fonseca. 2-1 to Brooksby. Why don't you do cricket? Because I don't want to watch cricket? I love all the slams, but Roland Garros is my favorite. Yeah, I mean, I feel like every slam. The reason what things that makes the slam so special is that they're so different. They're so different. Like they always have a different feeling. Like Wimbledon is obviously that royal, got that royal vibe, right? With the purple and the green, and it just feels so royal. And then Roland Garros has it kind of feels like a bit of a symphony, like a bit of an orchestra. With their music, they play that kind of like that violin music as they come out to like Roland Garros is underrated, classy. Like we call it like the clay court, whatever. But it actually feels. I feel like Roland Garros has that kind of like, especially with Rafa's ceremony and stuff. I think it really elevated the tournament's kind of the image a little bit. I think as a very elegant. Sliding on the clay. It's seen as a dirty surface, right? I mean, clay's a dirty surface. You come off the clay covered in mud, right? But I feel like Roland Garros has that kind of, I mean, it's French, right? It has that French artistry about it. Australian Open, hot summer, the beach, fun. And then you got the US Open, which just feels like it's just like this loud cauldron of a slam. And it's got that, it's the opposite of what we see at Wimbledon, right? It's got that, it's the other end of things where it's like, it's all about the crowd and it's all about everybody, getting involved and going crazy. And you get all the celebrities that rock up, it's turned into a bit of a celebrity kind of hangout. So I feel like they all have their own little, they all feel different. They don't all just feel like Grand Slams are all the same. They all have their different. Yeah, Australian Open's got like, the fun. It's got the fun. It's got like all these activities. And then, yeah, like the US Open's got that just like New York buzz about it. So, yeah, like it's nice to have, because if everything was like Wimbledon, it'd be boring, Anyways, love 15. Love 15. We're going to start the Sabalenka matchup in a second. As with a forehand from Fonseca sliced into the forehand of Brooksby. Fonseca backhand lob. Backhand slice goes wide. 15 all. Apparently this morning there's going to be on center court. There's going to be a packed Royal box. It's going to have a lot of big people in the Royal box today. So apparently that's I read that somewhere. All right, Fonseca with a return winner. 15-30. 15-30 by Keys Danilovic. There's a lot of matches going on that I'm really interested in. Tian versus Jarry just started. Nori Tiafo could be 5. Sigmund Fernandez. So a lot of stuff going on right now after a rain-delayed beginning. All right, first serve to fault, second serve. As we return now to the back of Brooksby. Fonseca forehand. Into the forehand of Brooksby, who overhits it. 15-40. And Brooksby not happy. 15-40. Break points for Fonseca. 15-40. Serve to the backhand of Fonseca. Good return to the forehand of Brooksby, who hits it in the net. There we go. Fonseca breaks. Fonseca breaks 3-2. All right. Brad Pitt's in the crowd was the best. Was he in the crowd today or yesterday? AO is nice because of Nicole Kidman. That makes no sense. What does Nicole Kidman, besides being Australian, got to do with anything? Does she even go to the Australian Open? I don't think she lives here. She lives in America. Nicole Kidman in the Australian Open. I don't think she's ever been. Let's not talk about Jerry right now. Male Cat is just going through it. All right. Break for Fonseca. Nicole Kidman hands out the trophy? Wait, did she? I pay no attention. Did she really? I didn't know that. My bad. I thought it was Anna Diarmas. I thought she handed out the trophy. Anyways, 3-2. As with a slice down to the backhand of Brooksby. Forehand from Fonseca goes long. Love 15. Oh, you made it up. Oh, okay. All right, love 15. There's been a forehand inside out winner from Fonseca. 15-0. Cam is so gullible. Yeah, well, when someone says something that seems like it could be true, I think a lot of people would believe that. All right. They're introducing the Royal box, and there's a lot of Royals in the box. There's been a drop shot now from Brooksby. Fonseca gets it. Brooksby, goes to the volley of Fonseca. Up goes a lob by Brooksby. Great rally. Great backhand lob volley winner. 15-30. That was very strange by both players, but good improvisation. All right, 15-30. I'm just having a look at the Royal box here. Hey, John Cena! I mean, a guy with a suit and you can't see his face. I don't know. An invisible man. 15-30. Just a guy, just a suit. Does anyone else just see that suit sitting there? It's wild. I mean, there's some lady that looks like John Cena's partner. Sitting alone. It's just a random lady in the box. Anyways, so down to see back here. Of Brooksby Foy, winner by Fonseca. And it's 40-30. Yeah, there's some lady talking to herself in the box. It's weird. It's crazy. She's just like, I know, right? Who's she talking to, chat? Fonseca holds 4-2. Let's start this doubleheader. With Sabalenka Buskova could be dangerous. The roof's open, by the way. The roof has opened. Sabalenka's walking out on court. Future Wimbledon champion, Aryana Sabalenka. 2025 champion, Sabalenka. You heard it here last year when I made that prediction. All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome. We are ready to go. Center court, Wimbledon. We're watching Fonseca take Brooksby, but we've got Sabalenka taking on Buskova. And then Alcarez comes on after, so plenty of tennis going on as we speak. Fonseca or Brooksby going to win, Cam? Yep. someone's going to win. All right. 15 love. Brooksby forehand to the forehand of Fonseca on the stretch. Brooksby with a drop volley. It's not very good. Fonseca gets there, but Brooksby backs it up with a cross-court winner. $30 love. $30 love. Brooksby serves. Can Sabalenka beat Vondrousova if they play? I think she can. Backhand goes in the forehand of Brooksby. Into the forehand of Fonseca. Brooksby down the line of the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby backhand on the stretch. Fonseca backhand into the forehand of Brooksby. Again, the forehand of Fonseca. Brooksby backhand again. Fonseca slice. Brooksby forehand cross as Fonseca goes forehand wide. And Brooksby gets the 40 love. $40 love. All right. 40 love. $40 love is Brooksby holds 4-3. Fonseca with a break. All right. Sabalenka and Bruzkova just warming up. And then we can see what happens. Now, Tiafoe is already up a break 3-2 against Norrie. And Keys is 3-2 up against Danilovic. So that's all happening. I was looking at the ATP rankings and I was shocked how Draper manage to be number 4 despite poor history at slams except for the semifinals of the US Open. He won Indian Wells. And made a bunch of finals of other tournaments. So, yeah, it's a shock if you only look at the slam results, but slam results don't. It helps obviously a lot, but yeah, Draper's been really good outside of that. You know, he's made some finals, won some smaller tournaments. The US Open helps a lot, but yeah, 4-3 Fonseca. But that's a good thing for Draper because it means that he has such an upside when it comes to playing these tournaments that he has nothing to lose and he could get. I mean, he could take Zverev's number 3 ranking by the end of the season if he does play. Keep playing well. In fact, if he wins this tournament, he will be number 3. So that would be interesting. And he's very close to Carlos, too, if he does win the tournament. It's only Sinner who's miles ahead. All right, love 15, Brooksby. Serving in the backhand of Brooksby. Forehand from Fonseca. Into the forehand of Brooksby. It's Fonseca forehand to the backhand of Brooksby. In the backhand of Fonseca, sliced. As Brooksby goes again in the backhand of Fonseca into the backhand of Brooksby. It's Fonseca forehand in net, love 30. But remember this as well. Maybe if you don't watch tennis that much, you listen up. But those who know, Draper is probably going to qualify for the ATP finals, right? The ATP finals. He's going to get a lot of points for that too. So he might not have to win Wimbledon to eventually be number 3 by the end of the year, because by the time we get to, he's got the US Open to defend the semis, which is big. He's got to defend a couple of titles as well, I think, or 1 or 2 titles along the way. But if he does qualify for the ATP finals, he doesn't necessarily need to, win everything that he did last year. He could, he's going to have an extra tournament that adds a lot of points to your total, So And Draper on indoor courts is pretty damn good. He's been pretty good. You know, at least last year was good. I think 2 years ago he was pretty good as well. So if he does qualify for for Indian Wells, for the ATP finals, which he will, there's a lot of upside. He makes the semis or the final of that, his ranking's going to go, his points are going to go even higher. 1540. So remember that as well. We've got to remember that he does have a bonus tournament. That's what they are, really, the finals. They're just bonus points. As we're back in now, cross court into the slice of Brooksby. Fonseca volleys it away. And he saves one, 30-40. Still a break point here to get back on serve. As he serves a fault, second serve. As the return goes to forehand of Fonseca. Backhand from Brooksby. Into the backhand of Fonseca, but Brooksby hit it out. And it's deuce. All right, last couple of serves, and then Sabalenka will begin. There's a bit of fault from Fonseca, second serve. As he serves an ace down the tee. Second serve. Was that 139? Shit, that was a great serve. All right, advantage. Fonseca to go to 5-3. Serving to the forehand of Brooksby. Fonseca backhand to the forehand of Brooksby. Has Fonseca forehand again to the forehand of Brooksby. And Brooksby hits it out. Fonseca 5-3. Nice hold. 5-3. All right, Sabalenka to serve. I'm going to go Sabalenka in a close straight sets. But I'm going to go Sabalenka. All right, 5-3. Fonseca serving to stay. So Brooksby serving to stay in the set. As Fonseca drop shot return in the net. $15 love. As the backhand return goes in the slice of Brooksby. Fonseca backhand again to the backhand of Brooksby into the front of Fonseca, but he hits it out. 15 all. As the return goes to front of Fonseca, Brooksby wins the point, though. Fonseca overhit it. Sorry, 40 love. I thought Fonseca was serving. My bad. 40 love. 40 love. I'm watching this Sabalenka start, and she's not in a good way. $15.30. Chance for Brooksby to get a break point, and that's Brooksby hold. And Fonseca's going to serve for the first set. Fonseca's playing like prime Federer. I guess if you say so. Chad, don't get baited. Don't get baited by that comment. All right, Sabalanka 30 all. $30 all. Do you ever sleep? Yeah, maybe. 40-30 Sabalenka. 40-30. Sabalenka serves an ace, and it's 1-love. How's the weather? Overcast and crappy. Okay. Is Pat Cash the guest of honor, or has he been overlooked for the 4th time? I don't know. I don't know what that is. What do you mean? All right. Fonseca, 5-4-7 for the first set. There's a backhand now from Brooksby to the volley of Fonseca. Brooksby's going to get there with the backhand, but it's in the net. And it's 15-love. So the PR next to his ranking, next to his name, Brooksby, is a protected ranking. So when an injured player is coming back from a long delay or a long layoff, they come back with a protected ranking so that they don't have to play qualifiers and don't rely on wildcards. So it's for players that have been injured for like 3 to 6 months, or three or more months. So Brooksby gets a chance to come back. I think he can play. He can use it like six times. I think 9 times. I think 9 different events he can use a protected ranking if he wants. And this is one of those times. All right, 15 alls with an ace down the tee from Fonseca, 30-15. 30-15. Serve again. Into the backhand of Brooksby, but it's called a fault. Second serve. A couple of people wondering. Yeah, I've got to put... let me write this down. Chat, give me some of the abbreviations I use in tennis. What are the abbreviations in tennis that are in the draw that are confusing that I could that I need to add to the list? Anyways, 30-0 as Brooksby hits it long, 40-30. Lucky loser, protected ranking, special entry, or special exempt, yep. 40-30. Wild card. All right. Fonseca to take the first set. First serve is a fault. Second serve. Qualifier. All right. Return goes out from Brooksby. First set. Fonseca. 6-4. And he's just watching. Fonseca's just looking at Brooksby as he walks to the chair. He's like, are you angry? What's going on with you? How are you feeling? All right, 40-15, by the way. As that goes out by Buskova. All right. Is there any other acronyms we need to use? I'm just trying to think. Anything else? Wild card, lucky loser. Walkover. Okay. Sabalenka with a smash. That's a winner. And we get to deuce. Qualifier. I think we've covered everything. All right. Yeah, DJ, that's actually a pretty good idea. Maybe we'll do like we'll make it we'll make commands for it. That'd actually be pretty good. That's actually not a bad idea. Might do that. So that way, if somebody asks and I don't see it, you guys can just like chuck it in the chat for somebody to read the. Like when somebody, like, what's the curfew, right? We have a thing for that. All right. Advantage, Buzkova. As the first point goes to Fonseca, love 15. And Sabalenka hits in the net. It's 1-1. Buzkova holds. Nine hours till curfew. That's it. All right. All right. Lob goes up by Brooksby. And then he hits a backhand down the line for a winner. 15-0. Big Foe won the first set. Nice. All right, 15-0. Sabalenka 30 love, by the way. As that goes to the net by Brooksby. 15-30. Chance for Fonseca to get the break early in the second. 15-30. All right, 15-30. Chance for Fonseca to break. As the backhand goes into the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby forehand. Getting the forehand of Fonseca as Brooksby forehand to the backhand of Fonseca on the stretch. Brooksby can't get that one. Fonseca's got break points. 15-40. Sabalenka 40 love. All right, 15-40. One-stop shop for all things tennis. That's what we're here for. 40-15. That's what I want to turn this into as well, Chad. I want to try and, like, rather than just, like, watching matches and, like, just talking what's happening, I started this channel because I just watch tennis, but I want to turn it into something that, yeah, if people have those kind of questions, they can get the answers straight away, you know? Even if you're, like, just popping in to ask that question. Like, what's a protected ranking? And then you come in, you find the answer, you can leave and keep watching. Like, I just want it to be that, you know, that one-stop shop, you know? Even for, like, those kind of questions. Rather than me having to answer the question all the time, or you guys, I've got to try and figure out some ways to make it, we'll get Nightbot doing some work. Anyways, forehand goes in the forehand of Brooksby. Break point for Fonseca. As we get a backhand into the forehand of Fonseca. Fonseca gets it out. And we get the deuce. All right, we get the deuce. As Brooksby serves again. As we return now, out by Fonseca, advantage Brooksby. Advantage Brooksby. Brooksby with a serve. There's a fault. Second serve. Second serve. Into the forehand of Fonseca. Brooksby slice. Into the back of Fonseca. Is Brooksby backing again in the back of Fonseca. Brooksby now with a forehand. Into the net. We get back to deuce. All right. As we return now to the slice of Fonseca. Brooksby backhand to the forehand of Fonseca. As Brooksby goes to the backhand of Fonseca. Again, the forehand of Brooksby. Fonseca forehand goes wide. And it's advantage Brooksby. You want questions? Who's the tallest Wimbledon champion ever? Goran? Why did that sound so aggressive? Why did you... You want questions? You want questions, funny man? All right, then. Who's the tallest? That's how I read that. Maybe you weren't saying it like that, but it sounded aggressive. I think it is Goran. I do think it's Goran. Backhand rally. Into the slice. Into the backhand of Brooksby. Slice from Fonseca in the net. Brooksby holds. 1-love. Yeah, I think it is Goran. I'm just trying to think. It's definitely not... I mean, Murray was... Goran was 6'4". Murray 6'3". No one... The tallest Grand Slam champions in the world, Medvedev, Cilic, and Del Potro, and none of them have won Wimbledon. So, yeah, I would say it's got to be Goran because he's around 6'4". So, yeah, that seems to be the right answer. Krajicek? Yeah, maybe Krajicek back in the 90s. Krajicek was a tall Dutchman. Actually, no, it is Krajicek. He was 6'5". Yeah, Richard Krajicek. Good pickup. Good pickup. Whereas Goran was 190. Oh, they were both 193, and then Krajicek was 196. So yeah, Krajicek's the answer. Good pickup. There you go. So it is Krajicek. Anyways, 15-love. As Fonseca serves. Another fault, second serve. Yeah, see, look, if I don't have the answer, someone in the chat does. That's the best part about this community is that a lot of smart people here. You help me, I help you. But it's a good way to go about it. Yeah, 96 champion. That 96 Wimbledon needs to be studied. It probably has. And his backhand goes into the backhand of Sabalenka, but it goes out by Buzhua, 15-love. What about the shortest winner? I don't know, because you can't find how short players were back in the 30s. So it's kind of impossible to find. There's probably players that were like 5 foot back in the day, but you just can't find them because they didn't record that sort of stuff back in the day. 30-love Sabalenka. Also, Fonseca in trouble here. 15-30. Also goes out by Brooksby. It's 30-all. Oh, nice hitting from Fonseca here to winner. 30-all. There's a return now from Brooksby into the corner. Fonseca. Brooksby gets there, but Fonseca volleys it away. 40-30. Sabalenka 40 love. Maybe explain the different tiebreaker rules. They confuse me. So the easy explanation for tiebreaks is that at a Grand Slam, if it goes to a final set tiebreak, it's first to 10. Any other tiebreak in tennis goes to 7. So yeah, that's as simple as it gets. That's all you need to know. Grand Slam final set tiebreak, so 5th set or 3rd set for the ladies. 5th set for the men, 5 sets for the men, obviously. For the ladies, 3 sets. If it goes to the final set as a tiebreak, it's 10 points, first to 10 points, but every other tiebreak is even outside of slams, in slams, every other tiebreak is 7 points. But you have to win by 2 points. So if it is 6-all, you have to get to 8. So you have to win by 2. So first to 7, win by 2. First to 10, win by 2. If it's final set tiebreak for the slams, which I think is, I don't like the tiebreak in the final set, to be honest. Go back to when it was play as long as you need until you win, or at least cap it at 6-all, 12-all or something. I don't know. 15 love Brooksby. There's a bit of forehand out of the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby again to the forehand of Fonseca. He puts it in the net. 30 love. Serve again. And an ace. Brooksby 40 love. So Sabalenka 3-2 in the first. Brooksby serving to the back of Sabalenka. Sabalenka in the net. 30 love. As Brooksby 40-15, he makes the error. We've got Alcarez coming on after the Sabalenka match, and then we've got Raducanu Vondrousova. We've also got other matches we might add on because everything's getting pushed back because of the rain delay. So we could watch something a little bit later as well. Maybe someone like a Svitolina or Palini, maybe. All right, nice hitting Brooksby. 2-1. He's not going down without a fight. All right. Okay. By the way, other news, we've got Jarry's up a set against Tien. Norrie and Tiafo. Tiafo's up a set already. Hashnov's down 4 love in the first. Keys is up a set and a break. So is Cartel. And Fernandez is down 5-1 against Sigamund. 1-5 down. So that's a bit rough. All right, 30-15 as Buzkova serves into the forehand of Sabalenka. Buzkova backhand. To the backhand Sabalenka is Buzkova with a forehand into the forehand of Sabalenka, who hits a winner. 30-all. 30-all. Do you think Fonseca has potential to beat Alcarez or Sinner at all? Yes. I don't think, not on the first try. I think if he plays them, this year, probably not. But maybe after a couple of tries, yeah, I think he can. I think he's got the potential to beat them eventually. It's hard, though, because we haven't seen them play once. So what we'll do, right, is they'll play once. Let's say Fonseca and Sinner play this year. If Fonseca does some good things but loses, we can talk about those good things and what he could build on the next time they play. So when they've never played, it's so hard to go. But he's got the game that could push them. I mean, if he can beat all these other guys and push these other guys that those guys also push and beat, then why couldn't he beat them? But we've got to see them play first, so then we get an idea of what that matchup looks like, because it could be terrible. Or it could be like Fonseca could win, and then you'd be like, oh shit, of course. Because the matchup, like, we just got to wait and see. But I think he could, yeah. Buzkova drop shot on the volley, and it's 3-all. 3-all. Hey, Dave Grohl's in the house. Is he always, he came last year and he didn't know who was who. They invited him back. All right. 40 love Fonseca to level this second set. All right. Oh, pardon me. Fonseca holds. As we return now from Buzkova, goes long, 30 love Sabalenka. $30 love. As she serves again, a let. Serve again into the front of Buzkova. Sabalenka backhand cross court sliced from Buzkova, but Sabalenka volleys it away. And it's 40 love. Easy game for Sabalenka. 40 love. And Sabalenka serves a fault. Second serve. As the return goes in by Buzkova, 40-15. Sabalenka to stay in front. As the return goes into the back of Sabalenka, Sabalenka gets it out, 40-30. Great drop shot from Brooksby. 30-15. All right, serve from Sabalenka is an ace, and she stays in front. 4-3. 4-3. As Fonseca, it's a lovely pickup, and the crowd go wild. Brooksby had a lovely drop volley, but Fonseca was too quick, and somehow just flicked it cross court. Crazy shot. All right, 30-all. Chance for Fonseca to get a break point here. As Brooksby serves a fault. Second serve. So to the forehand of Fonseca, he overhits it on the return. 40-30. By the way, chat, I got to tell you, I have no idea who Cliff Richard is. I know who he is, but I don't know who he is. I've seen his face, and I know he sang a song at Wimbledon. I couldn't name you one Cliff Richard song. I have no idea. Is he only famous in the UK? Is he only I have no idea. He's a singer and a performer, and I couldn't tell you anything. He sang a song at Wimbledon once. That's all I know about him, and he's famous in the UK. Does anybody know any songs? It's probably a bunch of famous songs that I probably heard, but I wouldn't know it was him. But what? I have no idea. He sang "Singing in the Rain." There's no way he made that song up though. I heard that song's from the 50s. He didn't make that famous, surely. He sang that. "Singing in the Rain" was back in the 30s, right? He didn't. Did he? Did he? He wrote "Singing in the Rain." He didn't make it. He just sang it during a rain. Oh yeah, he sang. Okay, well that doesn't even. So he sang a cover of a song in the rain. So he didn't even sing his own songs. That's crazy. I have no idea. I don't know any Cliff Richard songs. We're going on a summer holiday. Actually, I do know that song. He sang that song, or did he sing that? Did he make that song? By the way, Juan Carlos Ferrero is watching Joao Fonseca. So tomorrow, the schedule reads as such. Center court, Djokovic, Swiatek, Sinner. Court 1, Andreeva, Raducanu, Draper. God, Draper's not getting center court. That's crazy. YouTube him? No, I don't want to. All I know is that he sang at Wimbledon once, and that's the only thing I ever know about him. And he's a sir. I couldn't tell, but I couldn't. Again, maybe I've heard his music, but I just didn't. You know when you hear songs and then you go, "Oh, I didn't know who they sang that." There's probably things he sang, and I just had no idea who he was. He's got so much music too, and he was in films apparently. But he's just one of those people that you're just like, "Oh yeah, it's that guy." What did he do? What did he sing? He sang a lot of things, but I don't have any idea. He had so many songs. He's had so many number ones. So wait, did he have any US number ones? What's his biggest song? Congratulations. Never heard of it. Devil Woman. Should I know that song? Anyway, it's 40-30. All right, 40-30. Now it's going to screw my Spotify up, but fine. Cliff Richard. Anyways, 3-0. That was a Eurovision song? Congratulations with Euro. Okay. I know Devil Woman. I know that song. That's a good song. 3-0. I know that song. I've heard that song. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is... Yeah, okay. When it kicked into the chorus, I knew that song. Yeah, I know that song. That's a good song. I like that song. I didn't know he sang it. Again. Yeah. All right. Would I listen to it? I mean, yeah, if it was on the radio, I'd be like, oh, this is cool. All right. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. Okay, 4-4, by the way. Sabalenka serves. Yeah, Devil Woman, that was a good song. I know that song. Serve out wide's an ace by Sabalenka. All right. As with a 4-0 from Sabalenka, slice goes into the net from Buzkova. 30 love. Congratulations is played at nearly every wedding, is it? That ain't playing at my wedding. Fuck that. Sorry. That ain't playing at my wedding. Faithfully by Journey. That's going to play at my wedding. I ain't playing that shit. Are you serious? Congratulations. You can get that shit out of my face. I'll play Post Malone's Congratulations before I play that. I'm sorry. That song ain't going to last. I ain't playing no Eurovision shit. Sorry. We're playing Purple Rain at my wedding. Anyways, 4-3. No chance. If that song comes on, I'm going to fire the DJ on the spot. No shot that's been played. Lag. You need to upgrade your phone, buddy. I'm sorry, that song ain't playing at my wedding. All right. All right. Oof, that song, it's going to get stuck in my head now. Thanks a lot, chat. Thanks a lot. All right. Next person who writes lag, I'm going to send to the moon. All right. 5-4, Sabalenka. Yeah, I'm gonna play Limp Bizkit at my wedding. Yeah, Limp Bizkit. That's it. All right, 15 love Buzkova. Also Brooksby. He stays in front 4-3. Good serving from Fonseca. 15-all. Right. Alcaraz coming on after the Sabalenka match, by the way. As the return goes out by Brooksby, 30-15. 30-15. As the forehand goes into the backhand of Sabalenka. That's a great shot. 15-30. Sabalenka trying to take the first set. 15-30. As Fonseca's a lovely passing shot winner, and he gets to 40-15. And Sabalenka can't get a set point just yet. 30-0. As Buzkova serves again. Buzkova serves. Into the forehand of Sabalenka. Return goes in the net. And it's 40-30 as we get a volley from Fonseca. And Brooksby can't get it. Brooksby's getting pissed off. He's about to break something. 4-all. 4 games all. Sabalenka didn't have a look at a break point yet. That's strange. Yeah, Buzkova's got a pretty good serve, though. As it a backhand down the line of the forehand of Sabalenka. Buzkova down the line, passing shot goes wide, and it's deuce. Cartel wins, yep. Also, Keys is winning. Fernandez is down a set. Tiafo is up a set against Norrie, but it's on serve in the second. And Jarry is beating up Tien. All right, deuce as Buzkova serves again. And she serves an ace. Advantage Buzkova. Advantage Buzkova. As Brooksby also serving down love 15 here. And Sabalenka gets out in the return. 5-5. Buzkova holds. Still no break points against... I don't think any break points. Do players get disqualified right away if they smash their racket on the grass court? No, they get a warning. 5-5. Back to Sabalenka. Good return there from Brooksby. Oh, good passing shot from Brooksby. 15-0. As the return goes in the backhand of Sabalenka. Backing out from Buzkova. Sabalenka picks up, but Buzkova puts it away. Love 15. Love 15. Sabalenka serves again. And she hits it wide. Sabalenka, love 30. Sabalenka in trouble. Love 30. So 30-old Brooksby trying to avoid facing a break point himself. As it a backhand out from Brooksby into the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby forehand. Again to the back of Fonseca as Brooksby again to the slice of Fonseca. Into the forehand of Brooksby. Fonseca forehand in the net. Brooksby 40-30. To stay in front, Brooksby in the second. Also 15-30. Sabalenka in trouble. 15-30. As with a forehand now. Winner from Buzkova, 15-40. Buzkova to get the break. $15-40. Sabalenka in big trouble. 15-40. As we get a lob from Fonseca, but Brooksby puts it away. Brooksby stays in front. 5-4 in the second. All right, 15-40. Sabalenka serves. Double fault. All right, there's the break. There's the break. Buzkova is going to serve for the first set. Okay. Buzkova will serve for the first set. All right. We need a carnage emoji, yeah. Let's get into that. Unpopular opinion, Munar will win Wimbledon. I feel like that's not unpopular. That's just very strange. Strange opinion. Unless you're a super fan of Munar, I would say incorrect. But who knows? But hey, if you think Munar's going to win, do your best. 15-love. Fonseca serving to stay in the second set. As the return goes into the forehand of Fonseca, but Fonseca is wide. 15-all. As Fonseca serves the fault, second serve. Sabalenka, by the way, with a lovely volley winner. She goes to love 15. And then a good return from Brooksby, 15-30. Chance for Brooksby to get the set here. All right, forehand Sabalenka into the forehand of Buzkova. Sabalenka forehand goes wide, 15-all. As with a slice from Fonseca into the forehand of Brooksby. Fonseca forehand into the back of Brooksby. Drop shot's good. Fonseca with a pass. Brooksby volleys it. Fonseca with a slice. Brooksby volleys it away though. 15-40. Brooksby to take the second. 15-40. Brooksby. 2 set points. Served on the tee. Too strong. 30-40. As Fonseca serves into the back of Brooksby. Brooksby in the net. Fonseca survives. Deuce. Also Sabalenka in trouble. 30-15. As it a four now from Sabalenka as a drop shot winner. 30-all. 30-all. Good serving Fonseca. Advantage. As Buzkova serves, 30-all. Good serve down the tee. The return goes in. The forehand of Buzkova. Sabalenka backhand. The backhand of Buzkova in the net. Sabalenka's got a break point. 30-40. As Fonseca holds. Great hold from 15-40. The Brazilians love it. 5-5 in the second. Okay, and Fonseca's going, let's go. Where's that crowd? They love it. All right, 30-40. Sabalenka to get to the tiebreak. Serve. The backhand Sabalenka. Good return. The forehand of Buzkova. And then Sabalenka backhand wide. And we get to deuce. We get to deuce. There's a missed backhand. She knows that gets her to the tiebreak. She kind of just pushed at it. Chat, we were talking about this yesterday. And I think it might be true for Sabalenka because we get a lovely drop shot. And then, the big pickup by Fonseca goes wide. As we're going to find out down the line from Buzkova. Backhand at Sabalenka on the stretch. Buzkova with a slice. And Sabalenka backhand down the line. Buzkova passing shot. Sabalenka volleys it away, though. Advantage Sabalenka. Somebody said yesterday, well, if seeds start to lose, do other seeded players start to get nervous? And I think it is a case-by-case basis. But I would say with Sabalenka, with Gauff and Pegula losing, I reckon that probably does shake her a little bit. I feel like that does make her nervous, right? I think that would be something that she'd be like, oh shit, now I'm number one, and we said with it's usually the players that it's more just confidence for the underdogs. As Sabalenka gets a lovely win up, and we get to tiebreak. Like Buzkova's probably thinking, well, if Gauff can lose and if Pegula can lose, then I can beat Sabalenka. So she's probably thinking, I believe. But I feel like Sabalenka is one of those players that could see other players starting to fall that, are in the top 10 and go, oh shit, am I next? Because she's had some upsets. So she knows that, she hasn't always been an automatic, lately in the Grand Slam she has, but, there is always there is potential for upsets to happen, and she hasn't got an easy draw. The next match is going to be between Raducanu or Vondrousova if she does win, so she's going to have to play one of them, and either way it's going to be difficult for different reasons. One has just beaten her, and the other one has a whole stadium on her side. So it's going to be tough no matter what Sabalenka does if she can get through this, but I feel like she would be someone that it could affect her, by seeing, oh shit, Coco lost, who I just played, and Pegula lost, who is also my contemporary, one of my fellow top 10 players. All right, one love Sabalenka. Also, Brooksby holds 6-5. Also, Keys wins. Let's go. Keys wins 1-0. Also, Jerry's up 2 sets of love against Tian. All right. 1-1. I was going to serve out wide the forehand of Sabalenka. Backhand from Buzkova. The backhand of Sabalenka is Buzkova. Backhand winner down the line. It's a great shot. 2-1. All right. Fonseca serving to it. Get to a second set tiebreak. Swiatek Sabalenka can only meet in the final. As Brooksby gets the first point, love 15. And 2-1 Buzkova. Sabalenka serves. Into the forehand of Buzkova. Return goes in the forehand of Sabalenka. Buzkova forehand again to the forehand of Sabalenka. To the back of Buzkova on the stretch. Sabalenka volleys it away, and it's 2-all. 2 all. All right, Sabalenka serves again. Oh, man, Fonseca with a terrible volley. Love 30. Chance for him to take the set. Two 0 in this tiebreak. Serving to the forehand of Buskova. Return the back to Sabalenka. Buskova backhand. Again, the forehand of Sabalenka and the forehand of Buskova on the stretch. But Sabalenka volleys it away. 3-2 Sabalenka. Also, love 40. Brooksby's got 3 set points. 3 more set points to take the second set. All right, 3-2 Sabalenka. As Fonseca saves another one with a big serve, 15-40. Sabalenka backhand return winner. They change ends 4-2. Sabalenka. All right, 15-40 as Fonseca serves. Into the forehand of Brooksby. Return the net, 30-40. 4 set points saved by Fonseca. 30-40. As the return goes back in Fonseca. Forehand from Brooksby. Into the forehand of Fonseca on the stretch. Brooksby. Backhand cross. Fonseca gets over the slice. Brooksby backhand down the line. Fonseca puts up a lob. But it goes out. And Brooksby takes the second. 1 set all. 7-5. And Fonseca just slipping and sliding all over the place in that rally. All right, Brooksby. He fights back. As Sabalenka hits a slice backhand wide. 4-3 Sabalenka. Sabalenka. All right, 4-3. As Sabalenka serves, Buskova trying to get back on serve. Sabalenka serves a fault second serve. Sabalenka serves again. The back of Buskova. Return goes forward to Sabalenka. Hits it in the net. 4-0. Is there a rain delay? Nope. Oh, Norrie wins the second. All right, big foe. In a battle. All right, 4-4. Serving to the forehand of Buskova. But she hits it out in the return. 5-4 Sabalenka. Sabalenka. As Buskova serves again. 5-4. As she no, she doesn't. She's changed her mind. As the return goes back into Buskova. Sabalenka forehand into the forehand of Buskova, who puts in the net. 6-4 Sabalenka to take the first set. All right, 6-4. Sabalenka with the 2 set points. As Buzkova serves a fault. Second serve. Second serve. Into the forehand of Sabalenka. Good return. That's a winner. Sabalenka takes the first in the tiebreak. And she is cruising. Now, she wasn't cruising before the tiebreak. She's cruising now. 7-6. That tiebreak she controlled. Only Williams take Wimbledon seriously. What? The Williams sisters? Is that what you're saying? All right. Sabalenka takes the first. Yeah, they're starting to play doubles today. Cool. So first set, Sabalenka, 27 winners, 15 errors. Jesus, that's pretty damn good. 11 winners and 6 errors from Buzkova. Only the 2 breaks of serve and 3 break points. But yeah, Sabalenka, 27 winners and 15 errors. That is scary. That is scary good quality too. Both players playing very well. Sabalenka, 14 out of 18 points won at the net. Holy shit. That's unheard of. All right, Brooksby takes the second. 1 set all. I think Fonzie left the court. That's why there's a delay. Okay. Buzkova serving first in the second. Cam, do you think Sabalenka will win Wimbledon? Rate would be good. Percentage rate would be good. I don't know what the percentage rate would be. I'm no mathematician. But I'll say this. Sabalenka wins this. I think her best option in the next round is to play Raducanu and to avoid Svitolina. In the quarterfinals, probably plays Keys or Vekic, both very tough. And then the semifinals, she might have to take on Anisimova, Palini, or Osaka. I mean, the semifinals actually maybe favors her if she doesn't play Anisimova. So she hasn't got a good draw. We know that. Everyone had a tough draw. We saw that with Coco. Even Pegula had a tough draw. You know, who would have thought with the first round? That was confusing. But nobody's got an easy draw on the women's side. Maybe Palini. Easier, but not really. Sabalenka needs to probably avoid Vondrousova and Svitolina. But there's a possibility that she plays Mertens in the 4th round because Mertens can play on grass and maybe Mertens beats Svitolina, right? I mean, Raducanu beating Vondi, it'll be an upset if it happens, but, you know, Raducanu did beat her here before. Yeah, so like Sabalenka's draw is not easy, but she could avoid a couple of players, which would be handy. All right, 40 love Buzkova. Not a mathematician, but an architect with a drawing board? Yeah, well, that's not the same thing. Just because I can draw doesn't mean I can add up. 40 love. 7 to the 4 to Sabalenka. Return. Nope, that was a let. All right, serve again. On the men's side, I don't think anyone has a tougher draw than Fritz. Yeah, Draper's draw was tough until it opened up today, or opened up yesterday, but yeah, Fritz's draw is pretty gnarly. You should watch Rublev versus Harris. Nah, not today. All right. 40-15. Svitolina will play Mertens in the third round if she wins today. If Mertens wins as well. Thanks, Cam. I agree. She lost to Marketa, so she needs to avenge that this time. Yeah, we've got to remember as well that when she lost to Vondi, Sabalenka just came off that epic match the day before against Raducanu. So was that a factor? Probably. So yeah, it'll be a great rematch if we get it. And Vondi will have all the confidence for sure. But just because Vondi won their last match doesn't mean. Unless this match is similar to that Raducanu match, then you would think that Sabalenka is coming in here with a little bit of a better, well, she didn't play a match. She won't be playing the day before she plays Vondi. That's a start, Playing a late match that went was as crazy as that last final set was, and then to play Vondrousova the next day, who was having a great week, not ideal. All right. Love 15. Love 15 as Sabalenka tries to hold. $15. Raducanu shouldn't really trouble her, but I'm confident Vondi might. Yeah. And I don't think Raducanu won't trouble Sabalenka. I just think that Sabalenka should be able to handle. Yeah, it should be good for Raducanu. It's a better matchup. I think it's a little bit more predictable for Sabalenka, whereas Vondrousova is very. And that's not saying anything bad about Raducanu. It's more crediting Vondrousova. Vondrousova is very hard to figure out. She's an awkward player, whereas Raducanu is a little bit more conventional. So Sabalenka can, it might be more of a power play. The harder hitting them, the better. But Vondi doesn't play those games. She doesn't play those, hitting the ball hard. She makes it awkward, right? As we had a backhand winner from Buzkova, 30. Again, Sabalenka's got to still win this match. It's not over yet. All right, Fonseca breaks first game of the third. 1-love. Fonseca. He breaks. And so the backhand from Sabalenka into the front of Buzkova. Sabalenka backhand again. Buzkova volley. Sabalenka slice is too good. Great pickup, Sabalenka. 40-30. I won $9,000 from $5. I had Bublik and Musetti losing, plus 10 other matches, early cash out, eventually losing a bet of $88,000. Shit, you're good. What were the 10 matches? What broke the parlay? That's what I want to know. Nice though, congrats. That's a good pickup. What was the one that would have broken it if you rode it to 88,000? Who would have let you down? Maybe I probably could guess. There's a couple of players that were supposed to win, but then didn't win. There's actually a lot of upsets. I mean, parlays this week must be shocking. Are we switching to Carlos? Not yet. He's not even playing. 15 love. That's Fonseca with the break. Backhand from Brooksby into the forehand of Fonseca. Brooksby forehand to the slice of Fonseca. Into the forehand of Brooksby as Fonseca drop shot in the net. And it's 15-all. Oh, pardon me. 15-all. Fonseca's match going to be 5 sets. I feel that too. Winner down the line from Fonseca, 30-15. I've had a window of 5 minutes before Dimitrov took over Nakashima and eventually... Oh, so you picked Nakashima, did you? That was the one that would have got you. Okay. Well, good work. Fonseca serves on the tee, the forehand of Brooksby. And then Fonseca puts a forehand straight to Brooksby, but he can't handle it. 40-15. 40-15. Fonseca serves. Into the forehand of Brooksby. He hits it out. 2-love Fonseca. 2-love in the third. All right, Sabalenka, she's got a set. It's 1-all. Congrats on 250,000 subs. Thank you. Appreciate that. You're all right. Barbara isn't on either center court or court 1 tomorrow. I mean, yeah. It's sad, but obviously. Only like the top 5 get center court or the British. And that's... Or the defending champion on day 1 or 2. But yeah, Krejcikova, she'll get... I'll tell you what, Krejcikova will get center court if she plays Andreeva, maybe. Even then, probably not. Krejcikova's probably not getting center court until the quarterfinals. Navarro Krejcikova, that's not going to be center court. Krejcikova Andreeva maybe, because Andreeva's like, this new player, a young player that, and Krejcikova defending champion maybe, but I doubt it, especially if there's British players in the mix. So I think Krejcikova's next chance on center court will probably be if she makes the quarterfinals and plays Bencic. All right, 40-30. Do you do giveaways? Only when we get enough donations. Like if you donate $20, I'll give away. Or sorry, not $20. $200. I'll give away a hat. All right, Fonseca trying to get this double break here. 15-40. But a cheaper option to get a hat would just go to the store. Go to the Tennis Talk store, and you can just buy a hat for cheaper. Probably. But yeah, $200 to be in the giveaway. What a deal. I know, right? It's amazing. Anyways, Brooksby hits it out. 3-love. 3-love. Yeah, go to tennistalk.shop if you want stuff. All right. Fonseca taken over. By the way, chat, once this Wimbledon is over and I have a second to breathe and use my brain and think, the store will start to look a lot fuller because I have a lot of things I need to put in the store. So if you like tennis, the store will be tennis. There'll be tennis things in the store. Osaka is playing today. Won't be easy against Sinikova. Yeah, that'd be a fun match to watch. Hopefully we can watch that later. Well, let me check when she's playing. Oh, she's playing after Oh, she's coming up pretty soon, to be honest. Anyways. Yeah, if you're new here, don't donate $200. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. It was a joke. Keep your money. We do giveaways sometimes, but not like... Not often. Only when it makes sense. Okay. 3-love Fonseca. Norrie's up 3-1 in the third. Uh-oh. Cam never takes a break. That is true. It's one of my flaws. There's a bit of 4 now down the line from Fonseca. Goes long. Love 15. What are Raducanu's strengths? Her forehand. Oh, love 15. Brooksby trying to get one of these breaks back. All right, 15. Love here, Sabalenka. There's a return from Brooksby in that. 30 love. Alcarez match starts in 27 minutes. No, Alcarez match starts after Sabalenka. All right, 30 love. All right. 15-30. Chance for Brooksby to get one of these breaks. Back. All right, 40 love. Sabalenka. To level this second set. She comes in with a swing volley, puts it away. And it's 2-all in the second. As Fonseca goes down 2 break points here, 15-40. Fonseca will be seeded at the US Open for sure. I hope so. All right, 15-40. As Fonseca serves. Into the backhand of Brooksby. Fonseca backhand. Again to the backhand of Brooksby. Comes the net. Slice from Fonseca. Brooksby volley. Up goes a lob by Fonseca. Brooksby's going to hit a forehand. Run to the baseline. And then Fonseca hits it wide. 1 break back. 3-1 Fonseca. Sabalenka trying to get the break here in the second. Love 15. She comes in with a volley. Lob is too short and Sabalenka volleys it away. Love 30. Love 30. This is Wimbledon, WTA finest random ever since Serena. Yeah. Hello. Hello. All right, love 30s with a forehand out to the backhand of Sabalenka. Busk of a lob. And Sabalenka puts away the smash. Love 40. Love 40. You see how Cam just dismisses the strength question? Maybe they are the same as Dasha. That's our only apparent. Bro, what are you saying? Can you speak directly? 1540. What am I dismissing? 1540. As the return goes in the back end of Buzkova. Drop shots in the net, though. Sabalenka breaks. 3-2. Yeah, what are they saying? What is that person talking about? Do you understand? You know what they're saying? What are they saying? What are they saying? I don't understand either. All right, Sabalenka 3-2. I don't get it. Cam said her forehand is her strength. Who, Raducanu? Yeah, look at his forehand. It's great. 30-15. As we ace down the tee from Brooksby, 40-15. 40-15. I was patting my dog. What were you saying? Hashnov in a fight in the second. Whoa. Okay. 40-30. Brooksby to hang in tough. What's my UTR? I don't have one. My dog's name is Mia. All right, 40-30. Is that back in goes in the net from Fonseca? And it's 3-2. Fonseca still has the break. Cam, did you notice this is a great chance for Mirra Andreeva to draw open nicely? Yeah, but everyone who says that, then they lose. Like people were saying that last week, and then she lost. Don't say anything about Andreeva, because if you start talking about it, she'll lose. Just let Andreeva play and just pretend like she's not playing, all right? Just don't say anything. Just keep it quiet. Don't jinx her. Harry Potter. All right. Sabalenka, 40 love. And Sabalenka puts away the smash. 4-2. 4-2 in the second. In an alternate universe where Barty is able to close out the match against Shelby Rogers, Raducanu never wins a US Open. Barty wins the US Open and gets a career slam. I mean, maybe. I mean, that's not an automatic. There were still tough matches that Barty would have had to play. But there was definitely an opportunity for sure. But by that point, I think Barty was... she was going to retire after Wimbledon. So that's why I think she played the Olympics, because it was straight after Wimbledon. And then she went on and played the US Open, and then she reluctantly played the Australian Open and won that, and then retired after that. So, but if you listen to Barty, she wasn't gonna go play after Wimbledon that year. But the Olympics, she was going to miss the Olympics, I think, as well. Somebody convinced her to play the Olympics, and then she stuck around for about 6 more months, and then said that's enough. So we're lucky we even got her playing that US Open. But I don't think she would have won because I don't think she was locked in to winning that tournament. I think she would have. If she didn't lose to Rogers, she would have maybe struggled anyway in the end. I mean, she could have lost to Raducanu in that round. You never know. All right. Sabalenka with the break, 4-2 in the second. Fonseca, by the way, trying to keep this break. He was 3-love up with a double break. All right, Fonseca holds 4-2 in the third. All right. All right, Fonseca, lovely return, love 15. Sabalenka with the break in the second as well. All right, nice drop shot from Brooksby, 15-all. Thank you, London lady. Appreciate it. And thank you for the 32 months. Appreciate that. Norrie is somehow awkward player to watch. Yeah. Hashanov wins the second set tiebreak. Okay. All right, 15-all here as Brooksby serves a fault. Second serve. All right. Brooksby almost gave me a headache. Why? I feel if Sabalenka makes the final, there ain't no way she's doing 3 straight finals in a row. I just don't see that. Yeah, and most likely, if she does make the final, she's not going to play Madison Keys she's definitely not going to play Coco Gauff. She might play Raducanu, but I think if she makes the final, she's most likely probably going to play someone that she can beat, who hasn't been there before, maybe. That's a possibility. It's always a possibility on the WTA side. It might be a new finalist, Sigamund just won against Fernandez, did she? Yep, easily as well. 2 and 3. Damn. All right. 15 love. Sabalenka trying to keep this break. And Fonseca trying to get the double break again. And that goes in the net on the forehand from Buzkova, 30 love. Also, Jarry beats Tien in straights. So he continues his Good run. All right, Fonseca. A chance to get that double break and serve for the third. Advantage Fonseca. As the backhand return goes to forehand to Brooksby. Brooksby in the net. Fonseca 5-2. Fonseca 5-2. He's going to serve for a 2-1 lead. By the way, Chad, if Brooksby does win this... Sorry, not Brooksby. If Fonseca wins this, he's played 3 Grand Slam main draws this year and in his career, and he's made the third round each time. That's pretty impressive. Like, Chad, I got to remind you every time, this guy's like 19. This guy turns 19 in a month. He's an 18-year-old playing his first ever Wimbledon, first ever all the slams, and he's gone... Sorry, second round Australian Open, third round French, third round Wimbledon if he wins this. I mean, he did play Wimbledon qualies last year, lost first round. But to make the main draw and win, like, consistently at 18, I mean, it's crazy. It's a crazy start. He's going to serve a 2-1 lead. By the way, the winner of these matches, Sabalenka 5-3, by the way. The winner of this match will take on Jarry now. So Fonseca, Jarry, South American battle. Winner to go to the 4th round. And then Sabalenka, she'll play the winner of Andreeva Raducanu later. They'll play later today. So we'll see if Sabalenka can get it done if she hits it out. Bad forehand from Sabalenka. She knows it. 15 love. As Fonseca puts away the easy smash. 15 love. Domain.
Been watching for years now. We're even.
Thank you for the 50. Holy hell. Thank you for that. You didn't need to do that. I appreciate you being here, but you don't need to do that. Can we get some salutes for Domain in the chat for the $50? Holy hell. Thank you for continuing to watch the channel. I appreciate it. All right, 30 love Fonseca as he comes to the net with a drop shot. Passing shot lob by Brooksby. And then Fonseca hits a tweener, but it goes out. And it's 30-15. 30-15. Oh, pardon me. 30-15. As Fonseca serves again. Fault, second serve. As Brooksby comes to net with a volley and puts it away. Sabalenka's going to serve for the match. There's a backhand slice now to the backhand volley of Fonseca. And then, the backhand winner by Brooksby. Fonseca on the ground. And it's 30-0. Norrie's up 2-1 against Tiafoe. That's a battle. All right, Fonseca diving for that backhand. Can be your favorite players, Eala and Fonseca, by any chance? They're not my favorite players, but they are. I do like watching them, yeah. Kazakhina is my favorite player. Hey, Lois, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Or Luis, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Thank you for becoming a member. What I ended up having for breakfast yesterday? A breakfast burrito. All right, 30-0. Drop shot Fonseca. Brooksby gets with a pass, but it's wide. 40-30. Set points for Fonseca to take a 2-1 lead. And Sabalenka is going to serve for the match. All right, set point as Fonseca eventually hits it out. We get the deuce. Nice volley from Sabalenka, and it's 15-love. Buksha won the first set against Vekic. Ooh, that sucks. All right, deuce. Fonseca serves again. Into the back of Brooksby. Return goes in, and Fonseca smashes away. All right. Fonseca to take a 2-1 lead. Sabalenka's up 30-love. With Alcarez coming up after Sabalenka as well, so stay tuned. 30-love. An advantage. Fonseca serve out wide. Brooksby gets it back. And then Fonseca puts it away. He's got a 2-1 lead against Brooksby. And Sabalenka gets a backhand cross court. It's too strong. 40-love. Sabalenka's got 3 match points to take her spot in the third round and await the winner of the match we're watching later today between Raducanu and Vondrousova. Sabalenka serves. A fault. Second serve. Serve in the back into Buskova. Return the back into Sabalenka. Buskova forehand on the stretch. Sabalenka forehand inside out winner. There it is. Sabalenka survives. A bit of a tough test. She's into the third round. And things are going to get tougher. She's going to have to play Raducanu in the crowd or Vondrousova, who she just lost to a couple of weeks ago. Okay. Sabalenka takes the win. That was tough, yeah. I mean, the first set, she could have lost the first set easily. I mean, Buskova was serving for the first set at 6-5. Hey, thank you, Bing Tang, for the membership as well. Appreciate that. Alcaraz coming up next. Yep. Alcaraz coming up next. Carlos Alcaraz. Buskova is a tough player. Oh, yeah, for sure. This is one of her best closing games. Yeah. All right. We're going to merge the streams. You want to keep watching the Fonseca-Brooksby match or the Alcaraz match that's coming up soon. Jump on over. But good win by Sabalenka. And she gets to the third round, but things are just getting started. Things are going to get tough. Things are going to get much tougher because she's going to have to play a very tricky opponent in the next round, no matter who it ends up being. But Sabalenka is through to the third round of Wimbledon. Number 1 in the world. Favorite to win. Even more so now that all the other players have lost. She's into the third round. She'll play in a couple of days. We'll see her on Friday. So apparently Tiafoe retired. Is that true? I don't know what happened to Big Foe. He retired. I think. Let me check. So Norrie wins? No, he hasn't retired. He hasn't retired. They're sitting down. I think it's a medical timeout or a bathroom break. No retirement. I repeat, he is not retired. Tiafoe is still playing. It's just a either a medical timeout or a bathroom break. Yeah, Big Foe's coming back now. Yeah, no retirement. Just he was just off the court. Just an error. Yeah. No. I thought he retired too because the scoreboards were saying that Norrie won. So I get that confusion. I got confused as well. Just waiting for Brooksby to come back from the bathroom as well. When last did Sabalenka lose a tiebreak? She's the queen? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Tiafoe's playing, but he lost. He's down 2-1. But he is playing. No. Big Foe is still playing. And yeah, it's not over. It's just a glitch. Just a glitch. Yeah, Google's saying that, but that's just a glitch. He's definitely... I just saw him walk back on court, so he's definitely playing. It's just a glitch. Yeah, just a glitch. The grass near the baseline on center court looks more worn than it did in the Alcarez match. Yeah, because that was 2 days ago, and a lot of players have played since then. The more people that step on the grass, the more worn it gets. That's how it works. Now Tiafoe went to the bathroom, so that's why they're back now though. They're about to start the match. Yeah, Tiafoe's down 2-1. Do I still think Sinner can win? Yeah. 100%. All right. Let's see if Fonseca can continue. And finish this match in 3 or 4. The grass is quite worn for 2 or 3 days. Yeah, it's because, one, they allowed people to practice on it before the tournament. So it's already going to get some wear and tear before they even begin. But also, it's been super hot. So the grass is probably getting a little bit more worn because of the heat as well, is my guesstimation. Cam, do you think the French Open will affect Sinner's play? Do you think the French Open affected Sinner's play at Halle? If so, do you think it's no longer affecting his play now? I don't think it was the French Open. I think it was the fact he played Bublik. I think Bublik was a bigger effect. Maybe there was, maybe there was a little bit of like a hangover from the French. Like, oh no, my last match I played, I lost this heartbreaker. Now I've got to play this. But I think it was more Bublik. I mean, you got to give credit to Bublik. He won that match. He played amazing that week. He beat not just Sinner. He beat a lot of players that week. I think Bublik was just on a run, and Sinner was in the way. So I wouldn't be too worried about Sinner. I think after the first round match, he was cruising yesterday. I wouldn't be too worried about Jannik Sinner. All right. Brooksby's back on court. Let me just fix the scores. As Alcarez is about to come out on court. All right. And Brooksby's going to serve first in the fourth. As Brooksby with a passing shot is too good. 15 love. Nothing happened to Tiafoe. It's just a glitch. All right, 15 love. As Fonseca backhand. And then Brooksby backhand in the nets. 15 all. Rublev down 6-1 in the tiebreak against Harris, by the way. Also, Vekic broke in the second. Broke to 1 love in the second. She's winning. All right, 15 all. Nice serve by Brooksby. 30-15. Tallest ladies champion, I would say probably Davenport. I think Lindsay Davenport's, or Venus. That would be my guesstimation. All right, 15:30. If Fonseca a chance to get the break to start the fourth. 15:30. Brooksby serves. Fault. Second serve. Into the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby forehand to the front of Fonseca. Brooksby forehand again to the slice of Fonseca as Brooksby backhand. Into the backhand of Fonseca. Fonseca in the net. 30 all. Tiafoe did not retire. They're just a glitch in the system, apparently. No, the match is still going. All right, Brooksby 40-30, first game of the fourth. Tiafoe, Khachanov, Rublev, someone is going home, if not all three. Okay. All right. Google's wrong. I'm looking at the match right now. Yeah, Google. So yeah, Google's made a glitch. That's why there's a That's why it says that Tiafoe is won, which is not true. Sorry, Tiafoe is retired, which is not true. Advantage Fonseca to break first game of the fourth. It's just a mistake. Just an error. Just an unforced error. All right, advantage Fonseca. Brooksby serves. The back of Fonseca. Return goes out. Back to deuce. Do you think Swiatek can go far on Wimbledon? Maybe. Depends on how she does against. Depends on how she does against Raducanu. That's the match that will tell us a lot. Why did Tiafoe only play 3 sets? Because it's a glitch. All right, Fonseca with another break point to take the break. What glitch, please? It's just that... I don't know. Fonseca to get the break. As he slices the backhand on the stretch into the forehand of Brooksby. And Fonseca puts up a lob. But it goes out. Back to deuce. We get to deuce. We get to deuce. Is it a forehand now from... Ooh! Brooksby hits a winner. Fonseca slipped over. He shakes his head. He's okay, though, but... Jeez, that could have been scary, though. Anytime anyone slips over on grass, it's scary. We saw that, Baez yesterday, he slipped on the grass and had to retire. Serving to the forehand of Fonseca. Forehand out from Brooksby to the forehand of Fonseca. That's Fuxie. Fonseca forehand to the Brooksby backhand as he hits a drop shot winner. Brooksby, lovely shot. One love Brooksby in this 4th set. Where's Eala? She's playing doubles tomorrow. Let me try and put together some commands because people are asking legitimate questions. What else was there? Oh, but mate. All right. Let's see if this works. Does that work? Oh, there we go. Kind of worked. Not really. Did that work? Hang on. Did it work? It's a bit confusing. I wish it did it like in a row, but all right, 1-1. Let me see if I can. Does that look better? As Brooksby smacks the net. Is that better? Does that work? Does that work? All right. Love 15 as Brooksby says an ace, 15 all. All right, cool. There you go. So anybody who asks, next chat, if anybody asks what does this symbol mean, just put in terms and it should come up. You put in exclamation mark terms. And then it will give all the terms so everybody will know what everything is. So that should explain things. Okay, love 30. Fonseca a chance to take the break here. Love 40. By the way, Alcaraz about to start, so we'll get his match going as well. All right, love 40. Love 40. It only works once every, it doesn't work every second of the day. I put it on a timer so that people don't have to, we don't spam it. All right. I think that's very helpful. Good idea, DJ. All right, 1540. All right, 1540. First serve is a fault. Second serve. As the return goes out by Fonseca, 30-40. So there you go, chat. So when anybody asks about any of the symbols on the names and stuff, we will know. Now everybody can know. All right, Alcaraz is on the court, by the way. Let's start his matchup as well. All right, Brooksby gets the deuce, by the way. I hope Tabit wins. Reading what he said, I like his confidence. Well, yeah, I mean, he's won 4 matches in a row to get here, so he's obviously doing something right. All right, welcome, everybody. We've got a big delay of matches after the rain delay this morning. So everything sort of started a couple hours later. So we're starting to get a lot of matches going through now. So Alcaraz was always going to play on center court, so that was never going to make a difference. But we got Fonseca at the moment taking on Brooksby in a very tight 4-set match so far. Alcaraz is taking on Tarvit, who is a British qualifier who plays on the Challenger circuit He plays on the college circuit. He takes his team, or he takes his college. He's taken his skills to San Diego, and that's where he plays the NCAA. We'll see whether or not he keeps doing that, because he's 21 years old. If he does, if he puts in a performance today, he might think, you know what, I'm not going back for the next year. I'm going to play tennis instead. But that is where he's at. He's 700 odd in the world. He will go up the rankings, obviously, after winning the first round. He did win a first round against a fellow qualifier, so he has played 4 matches to get here. He took on Reedy, the qualifier, 1 in straight sets. Alcarez obviously played for Nini in a close 5-setter. Winner of this match will take on either Struff or Auger Aliassime. So not getting any easier for Carlos. I mean, FAA's got some wins over him. All right, Brooksby advantage as he tries to stay in front in the fourth. All right. University of San Diego is a decent tennis school as well. There you go. All right, we're back to deuce here. Long game, nearly 7-minute game here for Brooksby on serve as he tries to stay in front in this fourth set. Yo, Cam, it's only white shirts, Wimbledon, etiquette and all that. Yeah, I live in Australia, so I'm upside down, so we do the opposite. So when Wimbledon's on, we wear all black. As that goes to the net on the volley from Brooksby. Advantage Fonseca to take the break in the fourth. There's a much, much greater chance for peace in the Middle East than Tarvit beating Carlos, let's be honest. Yeah, that was not a good joke. Advantage Fonseca as Brooksby serves a fault second serve. Serving at the front of Fonseca. Return goes back to Brooksby, but it was called a let. All right, Fonseca looking for this break. Return goes in the backhand of Brooksby. Fonseca backhand. Goes in the net. Back to deuce. How do I become a member? I don't see the join button. You got to press the plus, the subscribe plus button. So, yeah, they changed it. It used to be the join button, but now you just press the subscribe button with the little plus next to it, and that's how you do it now, which is super annoying because we've been saying click the join button for so long, and now you got to mix it up and change it, you know? All right. Fonseca trying to break. But he cannot break. Advantage Brooksby as Alcaraz serves first in this second round matchup as Brooksby hits it out and we get back to deuce. All right, we get to deuce. As we had another serve from Brooksby. Into the backhand of Fonseca. Forehand from Brooksby. Sliced into the forehand of Fonseca as Brooksby down the line. Fonseca's there with the backhand. Brooksby backhand again, the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby down the line to the forehand of Fonseca. Fonseca hits it out. Advantage Brooksby. Reports are that Twitter is down in some countries. Oh no. Eala's match got cancelled? Yeah, because Potapova pulled out probably. Potapova was injured in the singles, so she probably withdrew, which means that she'll get a new opponent in the doubles tomorrow. Unless Eala pulled out of the doubles, but I don't think she did. I think she's playing. You mean X? No, I mean Twitter. All right, 30-all. Tarvit a chance to get the break in the first game. Is it a 4 now from Fonseca? The volley goes in the net, though, and Brooksby gets the 2-1 lead in the fourth. All right, 30-all. Let me check if Twitter's down in my world. I don't think it is. I'm getting updates. Not me. 30-all. There's Tarvit backhand down the line into the forehand of Alcarez. Forehand from Tarvit. Again to the forehand of Alcarez. Down the line goes out though, and Tarvit gets a break point. 30-40. All right. Break point for Tarvit to start the match. 30-40. Serve. Alcaraz is a fault. Second serve. Second serve. As the return goes the forehand of Alcaraz. Forehand from Tarvit. The forehand of Alcaraz who puts it away, and it's deuce. We get the deuce. As Alcaraz serves again. As we just serve again. Into the backhand of Tarvit. Alcaraz goes the forehand of the backhand again of Tarvit. But Alcaraz hit the forehand long. And it's advantage Tarvit. Another break point. If the owner of Twitter wants to call it X, then call it X. It's his company. If I change this channel to be called Cam Williams, the Cam Williams Show, you would all call it Tennis Talk. Because you've been calling it for Tennis Talk for 7 years. So, and I wouldn't expect anything else from you. Because, you know. But I get it. backhand rally. As Tarvit backhand down the middle. Goes out. We get to deuce. But I think you can call it Twitter and people still know what you're talking about. Like, it's okay. As that's a winner by Fonseca, 30-all. By the way, didn't Elon change it as a joke? Anyway? Like, I don't think he legitimately went, oh yeah, we have to call it this because it's a really good... I think he did it as a joke. Like, most of the things that he names is just to shit stir. You know? Like, he doesn't do it, you know? Anyways, backhand goes down the line. From Alcaraz, it's wide. Advantage Tarvit. Like, I think he called it X for a joke. I don't think it was like a legitimate, like he really, really wanted the name. I think he did it for fun. Anyways, advantage Tarvit to break. He's had 3 break points already. As Alcaraz serves a fault, second serve. As Alcaraz serves the back into Tarvit, back into Alcaraz. In the back into Tarvit. The forehand of Alcaraz. Tarvit backhand. Again to the forehand of Alcaraz. Tarvit with the forehand cross court. Alcaraz gets it with the forehand cross court winner. And it's back to deuce. All right. Brooksby slipped over, and it's advantage Fonseca. Advantage Fonseca. And a drop shot winner there from Alcaraz. He gets to advantage. Advantage for Alcaraz to take the first game. As Brooksby backhand into the backhand of Fonseca. Backhand out from Brooksby into the forehand of Fonseca. Fonseca hits it out though. No, he hit it. Yeah, he did hit it out. Just out. We get back to deuce. All right, advantage Alcaraz. First serve's a fault. Second serve. Into the backhand slice. Into the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand now from Alcaraz goes inside out to the backhand of Tarvit. And Alcaraz with a drop volley winner. Alcaraz first game, 1-love. He had to work for it. First game of the match to Alcaraz. All right. Advantage Fonseca as he hits a winner. It's 2-all in the fourth. 2-all in the fourth. All right. Cool. Okay. Alcaraz holds. Let's see what Tarvit can do on serve. Vekic lost? Wow. That's an interesting result. Last year's semi-final is gone. All right. Tarvit 15-love. All right, 4-4 rally. As Alcaraz hits the 4 cross-court winner. 15-all. 15-all. As Tarvit serves again. There's a default second serve. Second serve. Double fault, 15-30. 15-30. As it is served now, the forehand of Alcaraz. Return goes to the backhand of Tarvit. Alcaraz drop shot. Tarvit gets it. Alcaraz gets the point, though. Tarvit overhits it. 15-40. right, 15-40. Alcaraz to get the break. Also, again, Fonseca, a chance to get this break at 30 all. Also, Norrie's up a break in the fourth against Big Foe. All right, 30-40. Tarvit saves one. $30-40. As we back in return from Alcaraz, the forehand of Tarvit. Ow. Alcaraz forehand to the back of the Tarvit again, the back of Alcaraz. There's Tarvit, backhand again, the backhand of Alcaraz, and the forehand of Tarvit on the stretch. Alcaraz backhand cross, Tarvit on the stretch with the backhand in the net. There's the break. 2-love. Two-love Alcaraz. Is the whole schedule out for tomorrow or not yet? All right, Fonseca's got a break point. Oh, sorry, he gets the break. No. He's got a break point. He hasn't got the break yet. He's got a break point. It was a lovely volley winner. Advantage for second to break in the fourth. As Brooksby serves. Great serve out wide. Chalk flew up. Back to deuce. All right, 30-love Alcaraz. As he serves an ace 40-love. $40-love. Serve again. Into the forehand of Tarvit. Backhand from Alcaraz goes out though. 40-15. Advantage from Fonseca, by the way. Chance for him to take this break. As Brooksby serves. First serve is a fault. Second serve. Second serve, Brooksby. Into the forehand of Fonseca. Forehand from Brooksby again. The forehand of Fonseca, but Brooksby is out. And it's 3-2. Fonseca gets the break. 3-2. Okay. All right. 40-30 Alcaraz. He's still trying to hold here. And he double faults. We get the deuce. Rublev on the second set. Nice. As Alcaraz serves again. Another fault, second serve. Tiafoe breaks back. Okay. As Alcaraz back into the backhand of Tarvit. Tarvit in the net. All right, advantage Alcaraz. As Alcaraz comes in with a forehand. Into the forehand of Tarvit. Alcaraz forehand to the backhand of Tarvit. As Alcaraz backhand again. The backhand of Tarvit on the stretch. Alcaraz slice. Into the forehand of Tarvit. Alcaraz forehand on the stretch. Tarvit in the net. And Alcaraz gets a 3-love. 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 What else is going on? Yeah, Tiafoe's up 5-4. So 15-all. Fonseca's got the break in the fourth. 2 sets of 1. Okay. Three love. Uh, 30-all, by the way. Brooksby trying to break back. As he cannot get the break point. It's 40-30 to Fonseca. As that goes in the net on the drop shot from Fonseca, and it's deuce. All right. Tarvit trying to get on the board. So Nakashima got the win against Boo. As we get a backhand now from Tarvit to the backhand of Alcaraz. Tarvit into the forehand of Alcaraz. Again, the forehand of Tarvit on the stretch. Alcaraz forehand in the middle. Tarvit backhand to the slice of Alcaraz. Again to the backhand of Tarvit. Tarvit in the net. Love 15. And Brooksby, he cannot break back. We get back to deuce. We get back to deuce. As we just serve again from Fonseca as a fault. Second serve. Tarvit serves an ace, by the way, 15-all. As we'll find out the line from Fonseca, it's a winner, and Brooksby goes down. Brooksby's saying he's okay, though. All right, advantage Fonseca to go 4-2 in the fourth. So 30-15, Tarvit just trying to get a game. $30-15. As the return goes in the backhand of Tarvit. Into the backhand of Alcaraz. Tarvit backhand. Get in the backhand of Alcaraz as Tarvit hits a forehand to the backhand again of Alcaraz. Into the slice of Tarvit. But Tarvit hits it long, and it's 30-all. Fonseca holds now. Sorry, it was advantage Fonseca. Now he holds. 4-2 Fonseca in the fourth. All right. 30-all. Tarvit just trying to get a game. All right, 30-all. Tarvit serves a fault. Second serve. As we get to 15-all here, Fonseca returns the backhand of Brooksby. Brooksby hits it wide. 15-30. 15-30. Fonseca trying to finish this match. 30-all here. He's got a forehand out of the forehand of Alcaraz. Backhand of Tarvit to the forehand of Alcaraz. As Tarvit backhand. To the backhand of Alcaraz. Again, the backhand of Tarvit as Alcaraz backhand slice. Tarvit backhand again to the slice of Alcaraz. Tarvit forehand drop shot. Alcaraz gets it, but Tarvit volleys it away. 40-30. 40-30. What is the NCAA? The NCAA is college sports. Okay. 30-all. Brooksby serves. Into the backhand now goes Brooksby. Slice from Fonseca as Brooksby hits it to the net. 30-40. As Tarvit gets a game. And everyone goes crazy. 3-1. He's on the board. 3-1. All right, 30-40 Fonseca for the double break. Brooksby serves a fault. Second serve. As the backhand return goes the backhand of Brooksby. Backhand now from Fonseca goes out. Do you think that the way that Roddick and Federer portrayed Djokovic in the 2000s, reason why Nole gets tainted for faking or hate? I don't know. No? I think I heard Gilles Simon say, I think it was Gilles Simon. He was saying that, saying kind of what I was, what I've been saying the last couple of years. Federer and Nadal, everybody loved Federer and Nadal. We wanted that rivalry. And then Djokovic came along and nobody wanted a third party. They wanted to have it was a two-person rivalry. We didn't need a third person. And that's what I think caused people to not like. And also, I think everyone fell in love with Federer. Federer and Nadal was the rivalry that everybody loved. And then Djokovic came to break that up and people got pissed by that. And people didn't like that because they didn't want it to be broken up. It wanted to be, everybody wanted the Federer and Nadal all the time. And Djokovic was like, well, I'm here to stop that from happening. And I think that annoyed people. I think it was probably that more than anything than players saying this and that. Anyways, because Murray didn't get much love either outside the UK. Murray wasn't beloved, and again, because he came in and he came to ruin the Federer, the Federer match that everybody wanted to see. Murray was coming in to ruin it. So I think it was more the Federer and Nadal rivalry was so loved and such an established rivalry for so long. Because remember, 2005, to 2008, that was the rivalry. But then Djokovic comes in 2008 and stops that, stops it for a minute. And then Murray obviously came in as well. And then it wasn't like till 2011 till Djokovic really started to like stop those guys from playing each other all the time. And I think that's probably part of it. Probably more so than what the other players saying things, because, I think it's more that, and again, like I said, Murray wasn't beloved either outside of the UK, probably for a similar reason, because everyone for a good part of the 2000s were like, Federer and Nadal, that's the rivalry. I don't want to see anyone else. I don't want to see anybody else play. I want to see those guys play each other all the time. It's like Alcaraz, right? Right now, Sinner Alcaraz is the rivalry. If somebody came in and broke up Sinner Alcaraz, they probably wouldn't have as many fans as Sinner Alcaraz, because Sinner Alcaraz is the darling rivalry. We all want to see it. We want to see it all the time. Tarvert's got a break point, by the way, 30-40. As with a backhand rally, down the line of the forehand of Alcaraz. Forehand from Tarvert, the backhand of Alcaraz. As Tarvert forehand again to the forehand of Alcaraz. Sliced. Tarvert passing shot goes wide. It's deuce. But see, it's one thing to say that I'm going to be the next Alcaraz Sinner, but then it's also somebody who comes in and does that is probably going to be... People are going to be pissed off because we all want to see Sinner versus Alcaraz all the time. So if somebody, I don't know who, if somebody comes in and stops that from happening, people are going to get annoyed by that person to be like, and that's what Djokovic was at the start. He came in, he stopped Djokovic he stopped Nadal Federer matches from happening. He ruined it, right? He ruined that match because he would beat the guy and he would play someone else. He would play the other one. And I think a lot of people that wanted to see Federer and Nadal all the time would get pissed at that. And that's probably the start of... Because when Djokovic came in, he did impressions, he was having fun, he was mucking around, he was joking, it was fun. But then I think again, because I think people wanted to see Federer and Nadal all the time, he stopped that, people got angry, and then he started to get like, why does everyone hate me? I'm just the guy, I just want to try and win. I'm just trying to beat everybody else, like everybody. We're all trying to win. I think that might have started it. And then he obviously started to fight back because he was taking it personal, that people were not liking him because he was winning, and what he's going to lose because everybody wants Federer and Nadal. Like, Djokovic had such a rough, such a rough go at it, for no reason. He didn't do anything that people should. He didn't do anything. He just wanted to beat the guys that everybody loved. He just wanted to win. But now I think Djokovic, now that Federer and Nadal are gone, I think Djokovic is getting a lot of, from neutral fans, is getting a lot of respect. Like you see him at Wimbledon doing interviews and stuff, and the crowd are involved. And I think now that he's the last of a generation, I think everybody, like a lot of people who were maybe neutral or agnostic to him, are now, really, are kind of like, appreciating him a lot more at his age. Tiafoe lost? Holy shit. God, Norrie is Norrie. He's tough. Anyways, 4-3. Yeah, credit Norrie. I mean, I thought Big Foe was going to go on a run. I thought for sure Big Foe had a chance, but Norrie made the semis here before. I mean, that's no fluke. All right. Hey, Olivia Rodrigo is in the house. She has great music. She has songs. Driver's License, that's a great song. Yeah. Return goes into the forehand of Tarvert, but Alcaraz hit at the tape and it went in. Love 15. Love 15. Also 30 all. Fonseca trying to finish this match in 4. Is Norrie a top 5 best men's tennis player of all time? No. Love 15, backhand to backhand rally. As it forehands from Tarvit in the forehand of Alcaraz. Tarvit backhand into the forehand of Alcaraz. Tarvit forehand down the line in the net. Then it's love 30. Also sliced from Fonseca to the backhand of Brooksby. Then forehand Fonseca to the backhand of Brooksby. Into the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby forehand again. Into the forehand of Fonseca. Forehand from Brooksby. The forehand of Fonseca in the net. Hey, it's Nick Jonas. He's in the house as well. All right, break point for Brooksby. 30-40. $30-40. $30-40. As Brooksby is a return winner. All right. Brooksby takes back the break. And he levels 4-4. 4-4. Also 15-30. Chance for Alcaraz to get the double break here in this first set. As the return goes to the backhand of Tarvit. Forehand from Alcaraz to forehand of Tarvit. Tarvit hits it out. 15-40. All right, 15-40. As Tarvit serves into the slice of Alcaraz, but it's a let. Return goes into the forehand of Tarvit, backhand from Alcaraz to the backhand of Tarvit on the stretch. Alcaraz forehand down the line goes wide, 30-40. All right, 30-40. $30-40. As Tarvit serves a fault, second serve. Second serve in the back of Alcaraz. Good return. Tarvit slice. Alcaraz volley is a winner. Alcaraz 5-1. 5-1 Carlos Ferreira. When do you sleep, Cam? Yeah, sometimes. Brooksby, by the way, 15-30. He's in trouble. Chance for Fonseca to break and serve for the match. Is it a fault from Brooksby? Second serve. Serving to the back of Fonseca. Return goes into the forehand of Brooksby. Fonseca slice in the net. 30-all. Uh, 30-all. As Alcaraz serving for this first set. 30 love. 30 love. As Brooksby hits a forehand into the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby forehand to the forehand of Fonseca to the backhand of Brooksby. Fonseca slice. Again to the backhand of Brooksby, into the backhand of Fonseca. Brooksby again backhand to the slice of Fonseca. Brooksby forehand cross. Fonseca goes down the line. Brooksby puts up a lob. Bounce smash from Fonseca. To Brooksby's lob again. But it goes wide. 30-40. Fonseca to get the break. And to serve for the match. 30-40. Brooksby serves again. He serves a fault. Second serve. As Alcaraz gets 2 set points, 40-15. So the back end Fonseca. Return goes to front of Brooksby. Brooksby in the net. Fonseca's going to serve for the match. And to make it to the third round of Wimbledon. And he's going to play Jarry if he wins. That'll be on Friday. South American showdown. As Alcaraz hits a volley wide, and it's 40-30. $40-30. $40-30. As Alcaraz serves down the tee, the forehand of Tarvit. Return goes to the forehand of Alcaraz. Tarvit runs for a drop shot. Oh, it goes in. Alcaraz behind the back. Goes wide. Tarvit, good hustle. We get the deuce. Beautiful pickup by Tarvit. He just got there too. Alcaraz, if that went in, that Alcaraz shot would have been crazy. All right. Fonseca serving for the match against Brooksby. Brooksby, though, wins the first point, love 15. As Alcaraz with a forehand inside out. Tarvit with a pass. Drop volley Alcaraz. Tarvit's going to get this one as well and hit a winner. Advantage Tarvit to get one of the breaks back. Great pickup. As Fonseca hits it wide, and it's love 30. All right. Advantage Tarvit. All right. Nice 7 for Alcaraz. Back to deuce. As we get a serve down the tee, a fault from Brooksby, from Fonseca. Brooksby, oh no, double fault. Fonseca, love 40. Brooksby, a chance to break. Get back on serve. Love 40. As Alcaraz serves a deuce. So the back into Tarvit, back into Alcaraz. The back into Tarvit. Alcaraz slice. Into the forehand of Tarvit. As Alcaraz forehand on the stretch. Tarvit backhand cross. Alcaraz gets it. Into the back into Tarvit. As Alcaraz backhand again. As we get a drop shot from Alcaraz. That's going to go in. Tarvit gets it with a forehand. Alcaraz backhand pass. Goes wide. All right, advantage Tarvit to get the break back. One of them. One of the breaks back. Also, break points, 15-40. Brooksby to get back on serve. As a return goes into the net from Brooksby, 30-40. 30-40. There's Tarvit with a backhand cross court. Alcaraz puts up a lob. Tarvit's in trouble. He gets it back, but Alcaraz with a volley winner. We get back to deuce. As we serve now from Fonseca into the forehand of Brooksby. Return goes into the back of Fonseca. Brooksby forehand. Again to the back of Fonseca into the forehand of Brooksby. Brooksby in the net. We get to deuce. Fonseca 2 points away. All right. Fonseca serves again. Serve into the back into Brooksby. To the front of Fonseca off the tape. Goes in. Match point Fonseca. He says sorry that he got lucky, and Brooksby's getting pissed off. He's angry. Brooksby's going to break something in the locker room. All right. Advantage Fonseca. Match point. To take his spot in the third round. Serving to the front of Brooksby return. Goes out! Fonseca's into the third round of Wimbledon. And he's going to play Jarry in a couple of days. Great win by Fonseca as well. Brooksby looks disappointed, but he had a good first. I mean, he kicked out Grigspor in the first round. He just couldn't take back that break at the end, and Fonseca is into the third round of Wimbledon. And now he's going to take on Jarry, who that'll be a really fun match in a couple of days. Hopefully they put that on a big court, because that deserves a big court, I think. Give the South Americans a platform to play on, you know? Advantage Alcaraz as he tries to take the first set here. All right, nice work from Fonseca. He gets it done after a long delay. All right. The South American derby, yeah. As we're backing out of the forehand of Fonseca, backing out, from Alcaraz, slice from Alcaraz in the back of Tarvit. As Alcaraz forehand lob, Tarvit backhand volley goes long, and Alcaraz takes the first set 6-1. All right, if you want to keep watching, jump on over to watch Alcaraz. We're going to merge the streams, but Fonseca wins. He's taking on Jarry on Friday. Should be a really interesting matchup. He's into the third round of Wimbledon for his first main draw.